We are streaming live. We are checking out what's available in the world of Range Rovers, preferably the the L322. So yeah, looking good. So I've got the audio muted, got the background tunes grooving, got a bit of funky stuff going on. So yeah, it's gonna be good. So we'll just wait for a couple of people to join. There's 4 hours left on this auction, so we're gonna be streaming for about 4 hours. So we'll just wait for a few people to come in. So excuse me while I get a drink. I'm on the PC today, so I've basically got the everything queued up. I've got a Skype window ready for anyone who wants to call in. Anyone who has the Skype address, that is. So basically we're going to try and see what we're doing for the next few hours in regards to all things Landy. So yeah, so just waiting for the posse to get here. It's a bit early. What time is it, by the way? Afternoon, Sunday afternoon. Yeah, it's about 5 o'clock Sunday afternoon. Perfect time. So this auction is going to finish at 9 p.m. And I'll tell you more about it in a bit when more people join. We haven't really told anybody about this stream today, so we are. Let me just turn that off. We are coming in blind, basically. So yeah, it's been a funny old week. I've been doing logo designing and stuff for the new project, the new tour we have coming up very soon. You might have heard of me talking about the idea of a UK tour starting in the summer. Obviously all COVID dependent, so we need to get that done and dusted and sorted out, etc. Then we can try and move on with our lives, get all vaxxed up. Yeah, so that's the idea. So basically what we're trying to do is we're going to try and tour around the UK. Basically it's a drive to Scotland with a few stops on the way up and then a few stops on the way back down again. So it started off as me going to see a couple of old friends in various parts of the country who I met originally while working here, and then it kind of ended up in this kind of idea of, well, let's get a couple of full fat Range Rovers and make a kind of travel vlogish journey of it again. So yeah, I know what you're going to say. Oh, Top Gear, road trip. Yeah, it's like that, but without the budget. So yeah, it's not really. It's probably going to be wrong gear more like than Top Gear. But anyway, let's see. And it all started off as an idea, and then it kind of. Let me just put that in there. I'm just organising all the windows here so I can see properly. It kind of all started off as a kind of idea of well, let's do let's kind of make a thing about it. Let's make a thing of it, if you like. So what we decided to do was, because my partner, business partner, not, yeah, you know what I mean, friend, best friend, has already got a full fat that he bought last. When did he buy it? About 4 or 5 months ago. I think it was just after the first lockdown that he picked that up, and it was quite good because it was a good deal and it was local-ish. Yeah, so that was very good. And basically, I've always liked big sofa barges. Funnily enough, actually, a Honda Legend just came up for sale today on the classics for $9,500. It's a 2001, so it's quite old. It's immaculate condition and it's got about 60,000 miles on it. But he wants $9,500, so it's quite a hefty bill. Now, saying that, these full fat Range Rovers are about 6 to 8, as we shall see. Now, I'll give you a little teaser. So basically, what we're looking at is this little puppy. I've been watching this for about a few days now. It started off. This company's getting quite famous now. They're in the UK. They do executive cars without what's the word I'm looking for? It's actually the name of it here. Oh, blimey, look. Cars with no reserve. That's it. Reserve was the word I'm looking for. My lord. So yeah, this company does cars with no reserve. You just bid on them, and of course they have lots of Range Rovers and other. I haven't really seen what other kind of stuff they've got, but they do a lot of Range Rovers. So a lot of people. I mean, at the moment there's about 13 people bidding on this one, and just for the giggle, we've got 4 hours, as you can see here. We have 4 hours left on the auction. So I thought we would enjoy it together. So it's quite a tidy little vehicle. It's the SE, which is not bad. So it's the SE, it's the Vogue SE, so it's middle of the range. I'm not really sure how the ranges go. But I think it's the SE, the HSE, and then you've got the Vogue, then you've got the Vogue SE, and then the Vogue HSE, and then you've got the Vogue Autobiography, which is the top of the line, and then in there somewhere you have a Westminster spec, which again, not really sure what you get, but yeah. This is a 2010. So this is the first Range Rover where they introduced the digital display before they did the major facelift in 2012. So this is kind of like the last of the L322s, if you like. Fairly tidy. It's got a few miles on the baby. I mean, the seat's been sat in. It's got a 150 something thousand miles on it. Just trying to see. There we go. 152,000 miles. So it's been driven. So I thought we would spend the time together. It's got the privacy glass at the back. It's got the 20-inch alloys, which is good. It's got the blacked out door handles. Quite nice. It's definitely a city commute car, I would say. It's probably spent a lot of time on the motorway. I mean, it's well over 10,000 miles a year. It's got 6 services apparently, and it's just been MOT'd. In the UK, you can check the MOT history just by typing in the number plate and going through. According to the MOT history, it does have a very slight oil leak. That is not an MOT failure, but it's been like that for the past 6 years. So it hasn't been addressed. So that is not an MOT failure, but it's constantly coming up on an advisory. Where it did have an advisory on was the windscreen had a slight stone chip in it. according to the MOT history, and it failed one MOT because of a back number plate light bulb, which is not, not an issue really. So mechanically, it hasn't. The only advisories it's had have been the consumables, your brake pads, your brake discs. There was a worn gaiter on the CV joint, so like perished and consumables really, right? On a big heavy car like that. So they got obviously addressed in one of the services, and like I said, there's been no major MOT failures apart from that bulb. So I'm guessing, I haven't actually watched an auction yet, how it all, I haven't actually bid. I've lost a few auctions. In other words, I've lost the opportunity to buy some stuff on an auction, and obviously, well, it wasn't obvious to me at the time, but we all know that eBay goes a bit mental the last 10 minutes of the auction. Everyone all suddenly, this last bid was placed at about 5 hours ago, so it would have been the morning of, and if we go into the bids, we can actually see a list of the bids, and it started at £100, right? So there's some bids here. If we show the automatic bids, you can see there's some bids here that are automatic. This one 5855, 5955. So you can basically try and find out, like you've got 2#5, 2#5. So I say a he, could be a she, who knows? It's not a big, not. We're all gender neutral here, aren't we? Anyway, there could have been he's set a maximum bid, so you can put your maximum bid in. I've never bid like this. Now, Paul, who's been teaching me about this, he's a bit of an eBay master. Now, ask me anything about Taobao, and that's another story. That's where I live. But so far, there's nobody here. I'm just talking to myself. Do you want to come say hello? Look into there. Woo! This is Sunny. Hello. Hello. No, there's no. Oh look, everyone's skin's so lovely and pure.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yes, I don't even need makeup.
That's great, isn't it? So yeah. So basically, what the plan is.
Heard you are talking about eBay King.
Yeah. No, Taobao.
Taobao King. You are the
Paul is the
Paul
eBay
is the
King.
eBay King.
Yeah.
You are the Taobao
Yeah.
King.
So because basically with eBay it's auctioning. So.
What did he buy these days?
He buys mostly small stuff from China, but this one is this company's selling cars on eBay, and you can bid on them. But hello, the whole family's here. Hello. So I'm just going through to see. So we're just going through to see what's available, and to see what we can get. Yeah. So the auction finishes in 4 hours, and so far the price has gone up from 5,855 to 955. So the next bid somebody has to put in is something over 6,000. So I have a feeling this is going to go to 8,000. Paul reckons it's going to go to 7.5. So we'll just wait and see. It might even go to 10. We don't know. It's 2010. It's 10 years old. Well, it's 11 years old now. But it's done quite a lot of miles. It's 150,000 miles. It's got 6 services. Whether they're main dealer, we don't know. So we'll just have a look, and possibly if Paul's around. Possibly.
Look
Look at this.
at you. Oh.
Possibly. Possibly. We might be able to get Paul on the line, and he can Skype in with the opinions of the eBay world. So yeah, he's been basically teaching me all about it yesterday. So hopefully, if he's around, he can call in. We'll get him on the stream, and we can spend the evening together watching eBay auctions. Isn't that lovely? Magnificent. So yes. Anyway. Good night. So that was Sunny and Euro for your entertainment pleasure in the background. They're now going to she's now going to feed him. Right, so it's all happening. Let's just refresh the page to see if we have any action on it. So we're still looking at 5,955, so we're under $6,000. So that's all groovy. So yeah, this is a bit of a different one. This. Well, as more people join in and join the stream, Sonny's left the phone here. Look at that. As more people join the stream, we will go through the ideas of the new channel that we've started. Again, the idea being is that we have some vlogish type content that we'll use on the way up to on the drive up to Scotland. We'll try and post daily or semi-daily videos depending on how productive we feel, and we might try and do some live streams from the road, which might be interesting. Again, this is all going to be at the end of the summer because I think according to the government they've said lockdown is going to come out around June 21st, right? Longest day, so June 21st. So there's a few, there's a few weeks yet. So at the moment we're just planning, getting all our ducks in a row, so kind of thing, and seeing where we are with the plan. Hopefully, there's no word about lifting quarantines and things like that. We're probably going to get our tests and vaccines here, and then travel with that. But again, until it dies down a little bit, we will stay put for the moment and just do our work remotely. That's what we're doing. Better to be safe than sorry, as they say. So yeah, the plan being is we're going to try and, like I said, drive up. One of the ideas was, these have all been from me actually, just brain dumps, and Paul has been kind of reining me into reality, which is fine, but sometimes it's nice to have a dream. So one of the ideas was we drive up the left-hand side of the country, and then across past Loch Ness, and there's a couple of other lochs there, right up to the top. Apparently there's a beach where you can see the northern lights. Again, I have no idea. And then back down the other side, past Edinburgh and all that, and then right down the other side of eastern England, Newcastle and areas like that. And that was one of the ideas. The other idea was to do the whole journey without using motorways. Again, I think the further north you get, the better the motorways are, because down south, the M25 is torturous. So this is where we live, or where I'll be staying. And yeah, as I say, the other plan for this journey was to look at properties around the country and see what the country's like regarding where we could possibly set up a base to do. We'll always be coming back here. We won't be permanently affixed at in the UK, but I'd like to have a base while I'm there. So we're deciding what that's going to be, what that's going to look like, what kind of homestead is it going to be, and work it out from there. So that's the plan. But yeah, you know how that works. You know how that goes. So basically, we've been trying to come up with ideas. As I say, that was one of my ideas. The only reason I wanted to go to on motorways is because motorway services apparently are quite good. Obviously, you've got your Marks and Spencers and your Tesco, and sometimes you've got Waitrose and Pret a Manger's and Costa Coffees up the kazoo. And I was a bit concerned that if we just did A roads, we'd just be getting garages. And the main issue with garages is the toilet situation. I don't know if it's improved, but they can be okay, they can be terrible. So I think with motorway services, you've got more of an option. But anyway, it's just planning at the moment. Well, it's not planning; it's just spitballing. Basically, what we're doing is we are throwing stuff at the wall, seeing what sticks, and yeah. So, Paul's just dropped in to the chattage, so that's good. I've set up. I'm talking to myself for about 20 minutes, so I'll do a quick recap of what's going on. We're all in the house now. You see, Tim is here. Big ups. So basically, I'm in the middle of a speech. I'll bring you on in a minute. That's Paul.
Oh, hi, Paul.
Yeah. So Sonny's just walked in. You can say hello again if you would like. Hello.
Hi, Paul. Which camera?
We've only got one. It's there. There.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So the concept was basically I've been dreaming, and Paul's been reining me in regarding ideas. One of the ideas, as I mentioned, is driving up the west side of the country to Scotland, and then the other idea was driving up to Scotland without using motorways. That was one idea. So for those that don't know, and for the thousands of people that are watching this stream, i.e. 3, we've started a new channel called, drumroll please, Full Fat Odyssey. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ideally, hopefully, get myself one of these puppies. There's just under 4 hours left on this auction, so strap yourselves in. We're going to watch this. We're going to watch it go to the end. See where we go. We haven't had any more bids since this morning, so a quick refresh. See where we are. No, we're still at just under 6. So the plan is to get a little Full Fat Odyssey going, and we'll do a little bit of a convoy up, and do some vlogage on the way up, and then basically do a little bit of live streaming as and when on a day, maybe an evening live stream, whether we decide to camp out a couple of nights or we basically do Premier Inns and bed and breakfasts and stuff like that. So that's the plan. The penciled in time, or the idea for time, obviously because of the UK's COVID situation, they've recommended, or they've mentioned June 21st to get out of lockdown, and then basically they're still going to need a bit of time to settle themselves in and see where we are. But I reckon mid to late August. So we still get the summer, but we don't get the hot weather. I mean, admittedly, we are going up north, so it's not going to be that hot. But also, we miss the crowds, because I think if the whole country's going to go on holiday June, July, then I think we'll go up in August, because otherwise we won't get anything. Everything will be booked up, and it'll be a nightmare. I think it might not be, but anyway, let's see. So I'll put the link in the chat. So we haven't got any content up at the moment, but let's see if I can find where we are. I am just going to get the account up so I can share it, and then you can join it, because I think YouTube has changed the rules now. You can basically name your channel only when it's been up for about, I think it's a month, or you have 10 subscribers or something. I don't know. They've got basically, they don't give you a name straight away. So at the moment it's just a hyperlink, but you can go on there, you can subscribe, stand by for action, and one of the content that we'll be discussing will be the purchase of my full fat between now and August. Because now that obviously the tagline of our adventures is two chaps in their full fats, so that is basically the tagline. We also have an Instagram page of the same address. If you go onto the YouTube channel, there is an Instagram link in the right hand side of the banner. You can click that and you can follow us on Instagram. At the moment we're doing daily posts of one of the full fats, because we're a man down at the moment, obviously, because I don't own one. So that's the plan. Again, it's a bit of a project. It's basically it's a holiday that's turning into a kind of content creating opportunity, let's say. Well, it won't just be you that's breaking down. If I'm honest, mate, I think we're both going to look at. Well, I've got to make sure that mine also comes with a tow bar, because I think we're going to be towing each other at some point in this journey. But that, again, that's part of the Odyssey, right? That's part of the adventure. So I've been looking on eBay. Apparently, I've been looking in the wrong place. I was looking on Auto Trader for these full fats. Apparently, that's not where to look for. So I've been Paul is Darkened Room Productions. Paul is the eBay ninja, the eBay master shuffle of the eBay world. So he's been talking me through the do's and don'ts of an auction. So I thought, as I'd been following this little baby, we found this one. This is a 2010. So this one is sort of a mini facelift, if you like. It's just before they changed to the new model, which is the L405, I think. I'm not sure, but this one comes with the digital display. It was the one that they did a kind of micro upgrade, and I think they used the latest navigation machine on the 2010s. So so well, I mean, hopefully, I mean, there's enough air in my lungs to inflate both of our airbag systems. So if the worst comes to the worst, I'll just sit in the back and have a conversation and inflate the airbags that way. But yeah, so this one looks like it's been a bit of a commuter wagon. It's got 150 something odd miles, 152,000 miles on it. So it's got a fair old chunk of miles. And again, it's currently sitting at just under £6,000. Now, I've got a feeling it's going to go to 8. Paul reckons it's going to go to 7.5. And my second guess, if I'm allowed a second guess, will be 10. It might even reach 10. But it is a high mileage wagon. It says it's got 6 services, but whether they're specialist services or just whatever, all the advisories on the MOT have just been deliverables. In other words, consumables. Sorry. In other words, brake disc, brake pads, CV gator joints, and things like that. Let me just sort out the colour. Go. That's back. Lovely. Bit of pink. Yeah, well, I think actually the full fat suspension is not as troubled as people say. The problem is, it seems like a lot of people have got opinions about full fats but never actually owned one. I've never owned one, but it's you always hear stories down the pub, well, when people used to go to pubs, about I had a friend who had a full fat and it all broke and it cost thousands and but you know, if I'm honest, it's no more expensive than a AMG Mercedes, right? Tim Timony is a good name. Don't knock it, mate. Well, like I said, it's an idea. Paul came up with a name. I won't say what the original title of the tagline was, but it ended up being Two Chaps in Full Fats, so you can work it out yourself what it was originally. So we had to turn it down. We had to turn it down a little bit to make it a little bit parental, PG friendly. So we thought, you know, I've worked in some production companies before, so I just thought, hey, let's just make a channel, stick some cameras into the vehicles and just record our escapades. We won't be able to drive vehicles like this for much longer. Everything's going to be electric in the next 5 or 10 years, so if we're going to do it, we might as well do it now. So, and of course, once the UK is out of lockdown, people are going to be looking at places to go. The downside of going on tour when people aren't in lockdown anymore is people won't be online so much because they'll be out doing stuff. They won't be sat at home watching Netflix and YouTube. But Max and Paddy. Yeah, well, I mean, it would have been kind of like that, but without the Talbot camper van, the Talbot motorhome, and them dressing up as what was it? They dressed up as the Tom Cruise movie, and I can't remember. They dressed up as American Navy captains in white outfits. That was hilarious. But yeah, Max and Paddy. But you're joking. So yeah, the funniest scene I saw with those two is when they went into the forest to do a camping trip one night in the forest, and they didn't take anything with them, and Max is rubbing two sticks together trying to start a fire, and Paddy's like gets a lighter out of his pocket and says, "Can you see what you're doing?" And he flicks the lighter so it's the guy Max can see what he's doing. And then after they finished, they realised they were literally behind the petrol station all night. They were like behind the garage. They thought they were lost in the middle of the moors or something, but they were literally behind them. Yeah, you've lost that love and feeling. But yeah, that was a bit of classic British comedy. And when they ran over the cow. Oh no, it's hilarious. Anyway, yeah, that was funny. I wonder if there's any on YouTube. I'll probably get demonetized. Demonetized. You having a laugh? Got to make some money already, haven't you? So I'll have boom, 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 boom. Oh, we got to do this. Oh, what was it? Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, take one. Oh dear. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at some of this. Let me stop this one because we'll come back to the auction when it starts to change. But this is the. There we go. I'll turn it up a bit so you can hear.
Because it moves, you see, that's what's thinking.
Well, it showed me my boot in it.
Do we have a ton and a half then?
There you go. This is what I was talking about.
When I step into those prison showers, they'll think, keep going.
Yeah, I know.
What do you mean it's all right for me? When Paddy steps into them Christmas showers.
Wait.
Drink? You bastard. Thank you. Let go. Let go now. Oh God, come on.
Oh God, I'm going to turn into one of these reaction channels, aren't I? Jesus. Max and Paddy.
Other men leaving me, you know the Maxter. Where are you living now? How f***ing loud's that? Jesus wept.
It's me, Max. Me and Paddy are in prison. Tina, they've just scored.
I don't drink out of both taps, And that lad definitely does not. Cheeky bastards. Cheeky bastards.
What's right with them? You want to smack yourself up a bit? Fucking hell.
Oh, these are funny.
Just stay there. How are you? And you. Good to see you, Billy. How are you?
And you, sir, Sensei.
No. What is it?
How are you?
This is the one.
What's that
The-
you burning? My fucking life work.
I rang a takeaway last night. I said, do you deliver? They said, no, we do lamb, chicken and fish. Bang, phone down.
There you go. Do you deliver? No, we do lamb, chicken, and fish. Oh, it's the old ones, eh? Went to the doctors with a steering wheel down my trousers. What is it? I don't know, but it's driving me nuts. Hey! Oh, dear. Let go now. So, yeah. So, there's going to be lots of that on the road, I'm sure. Tributes to Northern comics. I'll have to introduce you guys to Simon from Manchester, from Bury, lives in Bury. So Simon's married to Julie, and Julie's Chinese, and I worked with Simon in 1996 in a club in Hangzhou, just outside of Shanghai. And when I met him, they were a couple, and she was pregnant, and he was on his way out back to the UK, and I came in to take over the contract kind of thing. So there was about a month or 2 months transition period where we were doing it. But oh my God, what a crack! I'll try and I'll dig out some photos. I'm not prepared really because there's some photos somewhere. But he was one of these party jocks, party DJs. So I used to dress up as Rod Stewart and things like that. I mean, it was the late 90s, wasn't it? So anyway, he moved back to the UK, and me and Sonny looked them up the last time we were back, like 18 months ago. And he's got a cracking family. Obviously, the daughter's like graduated from university now. He's got another son who's just passed his driving lesson. And of course, Julie's now talks with a Mancunian accent. It's hilarious. Chinglish with a Manchester accent. Julie! Oh, God. So, yeah, he's a character. You'll have to meet Simon. He's actually a gas fitter now. But he's got himself a lovely house in Bury. He's built himself a man cave in the back garden. But it's a 2-story man cave. It looks like the Shard. A miniature version of the Shard in England, in London, sorry, in his back garden. Oh God, bless him. But yeah, so we used to have a hell of a lot of fun times back in the day. Yeah, so we'll definitely introduce Simon to the Odyssey channel when we go up there. We've also got a invitation off another Green Lane 4x4er that's met us through Instagram, and he's invited us up to some of the lanes that he knows. I mean, we doubt if we're going to be doing much off-roading in our Full Fats. Mine's going to be more of a pavement princess, if I'm honest. But we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. So yeah, as I say, this auction's going on. It ends in 3.5 hours. It's standing just under $6,000. I reckon it's going to go to 8. Paul reckons it's 7.5. Tim, you're welcome to put a number down that what you think it's going to go to. And we shall see. But it just gives me an idea of what they're going for on eBay. There are some available through dealers and some private sellers on Auto Trader. But again, these look like they've been bought in auction and then just tarted up a little bit and just sold on quickly. So you kind of got to know what you're looking at when you go to see it, because obviously, you know, the turbo could go 20 meters down the road. I think they have a 14-day return policy. I think most garages have to, don't they? It's like what do they call it? Trading standards, isn't it? So yeah, again, the idea is penciled in for mid-August. Obviously, we want to give the country time to sort out with COVID. They've just announced on the news today, after all the good news over the weekend, that the variant from Brazil is now in the country. So hopefully that doesn't spread like wildfire and bugger up everything. But I did find a car on Cars and Classics website. Somebody's selling a 2001 Honda Legend, but he wants just under 10 grand for a 2001 Honda Legend, but it is immaculate and it's only got 60,000 miles on it. So I'm guessing it's a granddad's car that's been fully looked after. It's absolutely spotless. But are you inheriting somebody's problems? Is it due a big service at 100,000 miles? Probably. Sometimes with these cars that have done 130, 150, they've been serviced with no budget because they're company cars or they're owned by people that do a lot of commuting. So if brakes and things needed to be done for MOTs, it would have just been done. So I guess that's the plus point of buying cars with high mileage, is all the major stuff that needs to be done at 100,000 miles, like a gearbox oil flush and things like that. They would have, if they've taken them to a proper dealer, they would have been done. Hopefully. Obviously the paperwork should show that, but there's no guarantees that it will. Let me put the music on. There we go. Oh, this is funky, isn't it? Jesus, hang on. Whoa, boy. Yeah. So yeah, basically that's the what am I going to do? I'm going to do minus 35, I think. Boof. There we go. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to. As I say, I'm just looking forward for a change of scenery. To be honest with you, I've been doing this for. I've been here for, since January of last year when I came back, when it all kicked off, and I've basically been here ever since. So it's over a year and 3 months. But again, it would have been silly of me going mental and stuff like that, because you don't know really what the situation is, really, do you? You just need to give the doctors and the scientists time to sort themselves out and get vaccines in people's arms and all that, and just get it sorted, and then we can get back to normal. And then we'll just have a COVID jab every year. Yeah. Smoke and Swig. That's another YouTube channel you can start. Smoke and Swig. That's a good little name. So yeah, we've got 3.5 hours of chit chat left before this auction season the action. There you go. How about that? Auction season the action. So I think people are there's 26 bids on it. There's a couple of new bidders that have just come in out of the blue. So yeah, I mean this. I don't know. I don't know which ones are automatic bids and which ones are not. I'm trying to gauge by these bid. This guy here, 2.5. He's a new guy. He came in yesterday, but further down he's not bid. Now whether he's waiting to the end, but and he's just put on 565 and then increased it. So whether he's put on a maximum bid or he's just watching and seeing how it goes. But yeah, I personally, if I got a bid taken away directly as soon as I placed my bid, I wouldn't do another bid until closer to the end of the auction. Doesn't make sense, because in theory you're just telling everybody that you're eager and you're gonna. I'd rather wait until the time goes down to the last minute and then just see everyone else go mental and then decide what I'm gonna do 60 seconds before the end of the auction and just see what happens. That's the only thing you could do really. Either that, or you just set your maximum bid that you're going to spend, and you want to spend, and then you just put that in and forget it. And if you win, you just get an email, right? You don't need to watch it. I'm watching it because I'm just curious how I'm curious to see how it all goes and whether people they're actually doing maximum bids and. Or they're just watching and placing bids manually, kind of thing. So there's no way of knowing. I mean, Paul's probably pulling his hair out now because we went through all this yesterday. But I'm just curious how it all works and what the kind of psychology is of the people that are bidding on it. Because it's like, if you're desperate for the car, then you just set a price that you want to pay. And then just say, right, I'm going to put $8,000 in and then let them bugger about until it gets to 7.5. And then I'm still in a chance of winning it. But if I say, no, I'm going to put $8,000 in now, then there's two things that will happen. Either everybody drops out and you get it straight away, or you push somebody else to offer 8,001, which will probably happen. But at least you've got to the end of the thing. But anyway, we'll see. We've got 3.5 hours, and we'll know. I don't know if I'm going to be online all that time because it is late and it is a Sunday. Don't really have much things to do tomorrow. I've got some T-shirt logo designs to go through tomorrow. How about that? Oh yes. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna bet on this. I'm not gonna bid on this car because I'm not in the country. It's pointless. But what I'm curious to see is what it goes for, because it's a 2010 with high mileage. So I'm curious. I'm in two minds whether to get an older car with lower mileage or a newer car with higher mileage. Now, people have said that newer cars with higher mileage are slightly better because obviously you've got more tech on. You've got better tech because it's newer, right? Better technology. And as long as it's been serviced, most engines of fairly decent caliber will do 200,000 miles if they've been looked after. Master bidder. I'm a master something. Yeah. No, I'm gonna pick one. And just, I mean, this company's okay because if you basically win the bid, you can go in for a test drive. After the test drive, you can decide whether you want it or not. So there's no pressure, but they just don't like don't like time wasters. But if you go for a test drive and you find that there's a knocking or there's something that you're not happy with, then you don't need to take it. You get your money back, including your deposit. If you don't get, sorry, I know. That's what I said. I'm nervous about talking about auctions because it's like, for God's sake. So yeah, sorry. Have a sip of rum, and anyway, you can call in on Skype if you want, and we'll have a live doodah, because I've got a little Skype window. There you are. It's waiting for you there. Look. So I don't know if it'll work because I haven't tested it yet, because I'm on the Windows side, but it should do. So if you want to call in and go live on air to the rest of the viewership that we have. Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, this is just an idea. What we said we were going to do is, when I finally get back to the UK, I'm hoping that I won't need to quarantine. I hope that that'll be gone by June, July. If people have proof of vaccine and proof of negative test, I'm quite happy to travel with all that paperwork. That's not an issue. I'm fine with that. I'd prefer not to quarantine if possible, because it's expensive. I'd rather buy a stereo for my car than we did have a doodah, but not. We had a Zello doodah, not a live stream doodah. So basically, I was asking him questions about how to bid on the auction, and he was like, he had saliva running out of his mouth. So, but I'm the kind of person that likes to know exactly what I'm dealing with and try and hack it in a little way. Yeah, well, when you're ready, mate, no rush. I've got it all set up. So when you're done with your whatever it is you're doing. So yeah, so basically, I'm curious to see how much this car goes for. Now, if it goes for $6,000 or $6,500 or even $7,000, then that's great, because the cheapest 2010 Land Rover I've seen has been 12 grand, and I don't think this one's worth 12 grand because it's high mileage one. But then saying that, if it's been serviced regularly, does that matter? The seats aren't worn. If it's motorway miles as well, these things are built for motorways, aren't they? So, although, judging by the MOT, the brakes have been changed a lot, so that would indicate it's done a lot of stop starting. So that could be town driving, could be London driving, could be whatever. We don't know. Lots of traffic lights. So yeah. Well, that's what I thought. I'm not going to worry too much about it. I mean, I'm basically thinking out loud for your listening pleasure, but it's probably turning into listening torture at the moment because I'm talking so much about it. I'm well deep down the rabbit hole. But I'm very curious, because I did see a very nice one, but it was a few years older than this one. And I also found on Auto Trader, I found a 2010. It was a autobiography, and it was immaculate with low mileage, but they wanted 21,000 for it. That is lots of money. So I'm like, nah, I'd rather get a older one. You know, I've got a budget in mind, and it's either going to be an older one and then the rest of the money's going to go on the repairs and the oil change, or a high mileage hero like this that's had good service history, that's slightly newer, that's going to cost a little bit more anyway. So I've got those two options. So we'll see. Well, thank you very much. That's the nicest thing I've heard all day. So I shall sit here and enunciate just for your listening pleasure, and just to piss Paul off. I'll talk about auctions for the next 20 minutes. So yeah, Euro's just come in, by the way. So hello. Say hello. He's not purring yet. So anyway, have you still got the log burner going? Is it still chilly? Where's the where we what's the 10 code for a location? Paul, what's the 10 code for a location? 10-4. No, it's not 10-4, is it? That's affirmative. What's your? Is it 6? Isn't it 10-6? What's your 6? Was it that? Is that the 10 code for a location? Tell me what your 6 is. I think 10-6 is the. I think 10-6 is the code for location. So, where is everybody listening from at the moment? Where is everybody? Which part of the country are we in? Are we still in Scotland? Doncaster. Ah, I had a friend up in Doncaster. Doncaster's in Yorkshire, isn't it? Yorkshire. I think. I don't know. My geography's not very good. A traveller's camp. Do you mean pikeys? Those kind of travellers? Or do you mean campsite kind of I'm guessing you mean the periwinkle blue. I want a cushions with a periwinkle blue. Brad Pitt type of traveller in Lock, Stock. Not Lock, Stock. Oh, Christ. What was the one that Guy Ritchie did after Lock, Stock? It'll come to me in a minute. Something to do with diamonds. Was it Stone? Was it something? Snatch. There you go. Snatch. Yeah. Jesus. Would you like your drive we're doing? Either that or you can organise a boxing match for them. That seems to be the big thing. But anyway. So do you get issues with smoke in your log burner? Do you get any complaints or knocks on the door because people think your van's on fire? Because I remember one of the guys had his converted ambulance. Yeah, Yorkshire was right. Yeah, of course they are. They're all right. They don't give a monkeys about. They just do what they do. What was I going to say? Yeah, a guy had his converted ambulance. 1020. What's your 20? Oh, it is. Yeah, there you go. What's your 20? So what's your 6 then? What's that? 10-6. What's your 20? There you go. I remember now. So it's all coming back to me. I can't remember. Yeah, there you go. What's your 20? What's your 20? So there's a few. I think you had a book, didn't you, with all them in, with all the codes in. So it's the type of book you have in the toilet to read while you're doing your business. But we got 3 hours left, gentlemen, to see this little puppy become. See what I will. Well, I can't really do that because I'm thinking if I bid on one, then if I'm bidding on one, then chances are I'm already in the UK, right? So what's gonna snatch? Yeah, exactly. what's going to happen is I'm going to have to bring home a portable streaming setup that's going to be kind of Pelican case ready. So I'm going to bring this, and I've got this one here. This is the 6400. That's going to come back with me as well. So I've got a few other. I've got like a little. I've got a little Pelican, a little camera Pelican here with dividers in, but I'm still two minds whether I think that is good or I think the soft cases are better, because I think that if you're doing a lot of travelling, then that is definitely better if it's in the boot of the car. But if you're doing checking in planes and things like that, and you want hand luggage, I think soft bags are better because you can get them smaller, and people don't tend to like commercial Pelican cases on planes as carry-on baggage. They get a little bit thingy. I do have a couple of these little pouchy Molly pouches here. We'll do a bit of show and tell while we're waiting. There we go. So I've got these Molly pouches, and then the idea behind this is that the old two-way Roger Dodger doodahs will be sitting in this like that, and then this will be strapped to the back seat on a Molly strapping, and then obviously pull it out to go mobile or put it in there to do the road trip. And I'm going to do I've actually got you haven't seen this, have you? This is my 4G. This is as I've written Wi-Fi 4G on it. So basically, this little puppy is going to be our connection to the outside world when we're on the road. So I've got. So I bought a couple of. These come with mag. I'll do a bit of show and tell. Here you go. So these are little mag mount bases. They're not very big, as you see. And then these obviously have got me doodahs on, and this is a little 4G antenna, right? So this is going to sit. I've got two of these because it's a MIMO antenna, which is multiple in, multiple out. That's what it means, MIMO. Obviously, because cell towers, they broadcast at multiple frequencies at the same time, and they allow you to get better signals, right? So that's going to sit left and right on the car, on just behind on the back bumper, on the haunches. I shall show you where. So the idea is it will kind of sit. Let's get a back shot there. There we go. So it will kind of sit like there, on the top there, and we can't really see because it's mousing. And then one on the left, one on the right, and then the cables will go down the thing. Will you stop playing with my antenna? The cat loves the antennas, you see now. So, and then this will plug into this little puppy, which you've probably seen on other people's sites. This is a 4G Wi-Fi router. So this allows you to, if I turn it on, press and hold to turn it on, you'll see in a minute. There we go. So this allows you to put a SIM card in the box, and then this is your Wi-Fi. So this allows all the connection, all the bits. So we're going to have laptops, and Sonny's going to have a laptop. I'm going to have a cell phone and all this. And this allows to get a 4G signal and broadcast Wi-Fi. So it means everything's going to be on Wi-Fi. So that's good. It comes with a battery inside, and it's quite it's quite cool because it's got a display on it and everything. So it tells you how much battery you've got and then how much data you've got left. So you can actually program it with an app, and it allows you to monitor your data, which is quite good. It's not cheap. I think in the UK they're about 200 quid. Now I was lucky because I was able to get one second hand, and I paid. Will you stop it? And I paid 70 quid for it. So I thought for that value, I thought 70 quid was not bad, because you don't need a brand new one. You just need it to work, right? And it's SIM unlocked, so I can put any SIM in it, and it's the Australian version. So it's the Telstra version. It was sold in Australia as a unit. Roger that, breaker. QSK. Breaker on the side, yeah, QSK. Do you remember that? Isn't QSK, wasn't that amateur radio? Or that was QSC, wasn't it? I can't remember. Wasn't it? It was like QSK, I'm ready for it. Yeah, I can't remember. Oh, another thing that I bought you probably haven't seen, because I've only shown Paul. This is funny. I bought a body cam. A policeman's body cam for 30 quid. It's Chinese, obviously. It's got English language. And it's designed with the little curve. It's designed to sit on your shoulder like that, and to hook over your lapel, and then you've got yourself a little Roger. You've got yourself a little body cam. And again, this one is see if it works. Boop. See how Chinese police. There you go, and you can see it. Now this is kind of cool because it's got functions like this. So yeah, it's got built-in police lights, and it has got night vision on it, which is kind of cool. There you are, night vision. So yeah, built-in SD card, records in 2K or 1080. It will put a timestamp on your video with your information on and your badge number if you've got one. And I thought for 30 quid you can't go wrong. They possibly are. I don't know why there's such a delay with the chat at the moment. There seems to be quite a delay, so I apologise for that. I don't know what it is. I don't know if I can click refresh or something like that. I don't know. Pop out chat. Oh, there you go. That's good. Do pop out. I know what's wrong. I think. Yeah, I'm sending a chat to myself from another YouTube account. I'm actually using I'm actually on the Full Fat Odyssey account at the moment. That's probably why, because I logged into it to get the address. So that's probably why it's taking so long to get to me. But anyway, not a big deal. Hey ho, we do what we can. But that's the YouTube channel anyway. Full Fat Odyssey. We're going to be uploading some films soon and some playlists and things like that. In the meantime, you can subscribe to or follow us on Instagram. Paul doesn't like it when I say things like, and let's jump straight in. He doesn't like it when I do things like that. He doesn't like the classic YouTube annoying kids when they go, let's jump in. And back to you. So yeah. So what we'll try and do is add some content on there that's relevant to what we're doing. Oh, thank you, Tim Timony. You're a legend, obviously, as always. So, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know why the chat. I think if you log into another account, it does it automatically. I'm not 100% sure about how it works. But if the problem is if I go online and I switch accounts, let's see if it works. I'm not sure if it's going to work with. See, now I'm back now. Yeah, because I switched it to do the Max and Paddy thing, but looks like I'm back to Tim DMX, which is my personal channel. Anyway, whatever. Makes the chat look busy, doesn't it? So, I think when Paul gets back to his computer, he's going to dial in and join the chat. We've got 3 hours left on this auction. We shall see if it goes up. It's still at 5. It is still at 5,955. No one's bidding on it. I reckon in the last 30 minutes it's going to get a little bit hot. You're fighting a one-man war. What are you trying to get your? Are you trying to get your stove lit? You're trying to light damp wood. That's an issue. Yeah, I was saying before my mind rudely interrupted me. What do you do regarding the smoke? Have you ever had complaints regarding people thinking your van is on fire and things like that? That's a deep question. I'm probably answering this question like 3 minutes after you've written it down, so I apologise. The extraterrestrials, do I think they exist? I think they do, but I don't think they've come here yet, because if they did, they're very subtle. I think they'd make a little bit more noise than trying to light damp wood. Yeah. So yeah, the universe is a vast place, and for us to be the only people on it is naive. But the time that we're thinking about is so short that our whole life and evolution and then death and destruction can be in the blink of an eye as regards to the time of the universe, for example. The numbers are so colossal that the time, we are just blips. We are just blips on this little planet. Of course we are, the planet has sustained us for, I can't remember how many millions of years, but as millions of years that man has been on the earth, or Homo sapiens has been on the earth. And in that time, the last 1,000 years, not even that, no, the last 400 years is when we've done all the damage to the whole planet. So I think Mother Nature is going to say, hang on a minute. Mother Nature is going to protect itself against its enemies. And at the moment, Mother Nature's enemies is us. So I think, did we mention War of the Worlds the other day? But yeah, War of the Worlds, the aliens, they got defeated by the virus or by the common cold. They couldn't handle it. But that's basically what's going to happen to us. Is we're going to eat our way through, or burn. We're going to burn things that happen to be a natural deterrent to something else in the food chain. We're going to deforest areas, so it means that wildlife has to get closer and closer to us, because we're basically expanding where we live and where we eat and how much forest we're burning down. So we're going to start interacting with all these other species, and that's when all the trouble's going to start. And I think we're seeing the kind of we are seeing the remnants of that already. Blimps, yeah. I meant blip, not blimp. Q. All right, hang on. Right, QRM. What's Q? You're getting a lot of QRM, so you're heading back to your QTH. So QTH, your quality townhouse. You're heading back to your quality townhouse from your Queen's Royal Mansion. So you've finished at the Queen's Royal Mansion and you're heading back to your quality townhouse. Is that what that means? That's not bad. 20 years. 20 years, and you've had a knock on the door like 6 or 7 times about the smoke. That's pretty good going. Yeah, it's who wrote War of the Worlds? I can't remember. I've just finished Westworld. I've just finished watching Westworld on Paul's recommendation. I've just finished season 1. I watched the first episode of season 2 today. My God, wow! It's a good show, man. I'd recommend that. It's deep and yeah. Yeah, the old tripods. But I like the music of War of the Worlds. Wasn't it? Didn't it used to be a radio show back in the 60s or even earlier? And then people got scared because they thought it was real. Because they thought it was news. Oh dear. Anyway, I think I saw yesterday. I was watching something yesterday about a news anchor in Australia. It was Sky News Australia. So of course one of Rupert Murdoch's outfits. And he didn't say that they broadcast the news. They said that they broadcast informed opinion. Now, what does that mean? C.S. Lewis. I think it was C.S. Lewis. I'll tell you what I'll do. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. If there was only a place you could go to find out information at the drop of a hat. Hey? Jesus. Why have I got Bing in Chinese? That's funny. My stomach rumbling. Right, who wrote? I'll tell you what I could do. Hey Siri, who wrote War of the Worlds?
That's all right.
Okay, I found this on the web for who wrote War of the Worlds. Check it out.
Well, just tell me, can't you? Herbert George Wells. 1866 to 1946. I think that was it, wasn't it? Who wrote War of the... See? Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted. I'm using a new mouse, and it's not very. H.G. Wells. It was H.G. Wells, not C.S. Lewis. Who? Yeah, it was H.G. Wells. C.S. Lewis. He wrote. Writer. What did he write? The Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. So that was C.S. Lewis. He was more of the so C.S. Lewis was Narnia, Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. Well, he's got an IMDb page, so we'll just go to that, right? Why not? What is he known for? He's known for those. Screw tape letters. Jack and Ori. He did Jack and Ori. Anyway, yeah. So now we know H.G. Wells and C.S. Lewis. See, you learn something every day on my streams. It's not all about buying full fat Range Rovers. Anyway, we're not here for the likes and the subs. We're here for the knowledge and the culture. Oh yes. Right. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin is going up slightly, which is good. Cryptocurrencies, mate. It's going mental. Going mental. This year is funky about crypto. It's going to be mental. So I had to let the cat out. Let the cat out of the bag. So yeah. So we are currently 12 minutes past 2 in the AM here in the Dawn Stage Studios. And it's currently 12 minutes past 6 in London town. And 13 minutes past 7 in Munich. So yeah. And it's absolutely tipping it down raining here. So hopefully the weather's good where you are. 20 years van life. That's a major achievement, man. That is a major achievement. How many vans have you had in 20 years? And how many times have you had to refit the van? And the next question is, what's your opinion on solar and batteries and all the other goodness? Or are you one of these guys that like the Jackery power bank that everyone seems to be using? That's a good question. I'm another thing that I'm thinking about is I might look at putting another battery in the back of the Full Fat. I might get a new battery. I usually start the streams at about 4 a.m, don't I? Because I usually stream at about. When I was doing the music streaming, that was about 9 p.m. So I used to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to do that. So this kind of stream, I kind of stay up all night and do it. I mean, I think it is a bit of an achievement. That's 20 years is You're not a fly in the pan, are you? You've got the. You've got it down to a T with the old wood burning stove. Have you been watching Ash in Sweden? How much snow he's got, and then what's his name? CJ in the ambulance in Portugal. That was a good call actually. Actually, they both after the Ambuliste saga, where they kind of got bullied from, because they were deemed as having too much fun. So they got a little bit ousted, so they had to leave because the council got on the bloke because apparently the land you're not allowed to live on it. You can't. It was an outhouse building or farm buildings. You can't domicile or something along those lines. So the old 50 watt 50 watt flexible panels, not bad. Yeah, not bad. There's a lot of those here with the old portable power banks. They do the job when it's sunny. And obviously you've got your fire heat, you've got your wood burner for the heat, which is the most important. So yeah, that's the main thing. As long as you can charge your electronic devices and keep up to date with my dulcet tones and my nonsense, all fair play to you, sir. So yeah, what was I saying? Anyway, I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, CJ and Ash in doing their ambulance, and they got chucked out. And then it was just after the first lockdown, when everyone was still. He's sub-zero, yeah, for sure. -23. They're down to one van now, because they couldn't justify two vans. One van's just frozen solid. It's just like everything's just gone. But I think they'll be all right. He's quite an industrious little fella. Obviously not to be patronising, but he knows he knows his right way around a screwdriver. So I think he'll be fine. Once I think they had quite a heavy winter this winter, so they've realised what it's like. 10-foot snow drifts, and it's insane. It seems that he's got a mate up the road who's got a tractor, and he's an English chap. I don't know who he is, but he's the guy that drives the tractor down all the time. He's got some cracking farm equipment. Well, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a little bit miserable to a certain extent, because also you can't really nip out and get fresh food and things like that when it's like that, because he's definitely off the beaten track. I'm guessing the country does. I mean, I saw the bit when they couldn't drive because he had the wrong tyres on, and everyone was laughing at him because it's like, no, you need snow tyres, not winter tyres. You need snow tyres. And he went to the garage and they put some snow tyres on his van, and they've got like metal studs in them and the whole 9 yards. And these cars were just tearing down these ice roads like they were the M1, like Audis and all sorts. Yeah, well, apparently they I'm not sure the actual the deeds of the land. I don't know if they can or can't build, but they can't build somewhere to live. They can't build. They can't live in other words, they can't build a house. But if there's outbuildings already there, then they can do up the buildings that are there, and they can do things. They can do up the ground and sort of excavate and sort of landscape the land. I think they're allowed to do that, and I think their plan is to have a kind of homestead where people can turn up with their vans and stay for a couple of weeks and then drive off again. I think that was the plan, because they're kind of they're definitely up for people to come round and stay. I think it's to be honest, it's an ideal situation if you don't mind living in a van. I mean, their toilet situation was quite good. I thought that was funny. A poo with a view. Oh, that was good. But yeah, I think no, I think when I was watching him go through the whole thing, and when he'd finally got it, I was like, oh, that's I felt really good about that, because the first one he got, he missed out on, but the second one he got turned out to be better than the first part, the first bit of land. So yeah, and the fact that he'd got it and he could pay for it, and he actually crossed the border, which Ash didn't know whether they'd be let in the country, and now Ash's girlfriend has now got a job apparently, so that means she can have residence, and if Ash is smart, they'll probably get married, so then he can get joint residence, because that's kind of what happens in China. If you've got a spouse that works for Disneyland Shanghai, for example, then you can live here on their visa, on their work visa, as a spouse to the alien, if you see what I mean. So I guess it's similar to that, because actually Portugal is actually pretty easy to get Portuguese nationality. It's not difficult, apparently. I was watching Houseless Not Homeless. Can't remember his name. He's another one that I watch. I'm just hoping he gets that bloody van sorted out, because Christ's sake, I mean, that roof just needs to be cut out, taken off, and a new one put on. Just do it, just get it done. But easier said than done, right? Obviously. But he needs to drive it into a workshop, like a boat merchants or something like that, where they do lots of fiberglass, and literally just chop the top off of it, and then retrofit a whole new roof in one single piece of aluminium or fiberglass or whatever it might be, and then cut new holes for the skylights and the Max Air fans and everything else, and then do it once and for all. Done. No buggering about with leaking here and leaking there, because you're chasing your tail with that kind of stuff. I learnt that from plumbing in that dishwasher that I bought. It's the more connections you have on the pipe, the more chances you've got of leakage, because every connection you've got X amount of percentage of chance of leaking. Whereas if you just take it down to just a single connection from the pipe to the wherever it is, it doesn't matter how many stopcocks you've got in the line. If it's coming from one unit, if it's all welded together as one tap with multiple outputs, then in theory you just need to connect one pipe and you're risk free. If you're constantly making your own pipes with your own connections and your own bends and mandrels and everything else, the risk of leaking goes up tenfold, and it's just a nightmare. You're constantly chasing where that leak's coming from. It's like, oh my lord. So I feel the pain for sure, but I just hope he gets it sorted out. I think, and of course as well, you have to get Portuguese nationality so you don't have problems with your visa, so you can actually stay, because people don't realise. I mean, I had the same problem here, because when I came back in January, my resident permit was running out, so I renewed it. I did all the paperwork in May, and it was running out in June, and I did all the paperwork in April, like this time last year, and it was in the office for 3 months. I didn't get the note, because at that time, April, May, June was the height of COVID in the rest of the world, So they took extra long to give me a result. I didn't even know if I was going to get it or not, because I was thinking, if I don't get it, I've got to go. I've got to leave. They only gave all foreigners they only gave all foreigners a 2-month extension because of COVID. But after that, you've got to get out. But luckily, I got a green. They gave me a renew card, so I got a 10-year visa. So that's good. I'm here for 10 years if I want to be. But yeah, so I've heard Portugal is slightly easier than Spain. Definitely more easier than France to get that kind of stuff. And of course, Ash has got himself sorted out with, obviously because his missus has got a job. So as long as they can sort themselves out with the building, I think they're going to be fine. Because they've got they've both landed on their feet. Actually, it's good. It's really good news. Because the some of the van lifers are a little bit diva-ish and a little bit jealous of each other and a little bit bitchy and all that kind of shit. I don't know. So yeah, where's Paul? Where are you, Paul? What are you up to? Are you walking around with your tablet or what? What's going on? What's occurring? So yeah, so that's the what's the, one of the guys I saw this New Zealand guy. He was more of a digital nomad, and he was making money from doing online IT or things like that. And he had a cracking electric setup in his van. He had about 8,000 watts of battery power. It was insane. He had like 6 lithium ion battery packs all under his bed, and he had like 4 kilowatts of solar on his roof, and it was insane. Some of the guys I've seen, they've got solar on actuators where you press the button and they all come out, and then when you want to drive away, you just press it all again. I mean, these guys are serious. And some of the Winnebagos in America, the trucks, not Winnebagos, but the actual trucks, they're like HGVs with living quarters on the back. You can tow a monster truck on the back, and then you have a living space, and then a driver's cab. I don't know what the deal is with driving licenses out there, because they're literally like Arctics. Yeah, well, like I said, you wish the best for most people, don't you? I mean, the way I look at it, if you reap what you sow at the end of it, isn't it? And if you're a bit of a dickhead, then chances are people will treat you like a bit of a dickhead. But if you are a cool person, then you eventually you'll get what you deserve. You'll land on your feet eventually. But sometimes you get people, they'll have YouTube channels, and they'll expect to be, they'll do a video, and then the next video they'll complain about why that last video didn't get 100,000 views, and why they didn't get 10 grand from the video, and why is nobody buying my stickers and all that. And it's just like, well, if you'd stop moaning and like make me laugh, maybe I'd watch. But anyway, whatever. Each to their own. So yeah, so like I said, this idea of travelling up the country, we won't be full time by any means. It'll be kind of a tour. We don't know how long it's going to take. Oh, Urban Motorhome, yeah. Darren, big man Darren, yeah. He's got an HGV license. He does that for a job, doesn't he? So he could drive it fine. But yeah, these rigs are monstrous. There is a company in Germany that does the with a car inside, and when you park up, there's a hydraulic ramp inside between the wheels, and it lowers down to the ground, and there's a car inside it. It's like driving around with a smart car in the back. But it's just, in that, there are a couple of campsites, because there was a show on television the other week about motorhomes. It was on Channel 5, and I downloaded it and watched it. And there was a couple. I mean, there was this one guy that he had his motorhome was 250 grand. It didn't look that much bigger than Max and Paddy's one, if I'm honest, but it was a similar kind of build. It was on a 7.5 ton chassis, so you could drive it with a normal license. He didn't need an HGV, so it was under 7.5 ton, and it was like a box van, but all done up like a camper van, and it had a slide. It had a slide out living room, so his slide was 10 grand to put that in. So, but he was such a snob, honestly, such a snob, and he was like, "Oh, I like to go to this campsite because I don't like to mix with you like to mix with the rich and famous, and all the rich and famous come here, and it's like to be here." And I'm thinking, Jesus, you're not that rich, mate. It's like, do me a favour. But I just thought that these guys who owned this campsite, they were like, I just felt that they were like, "Oh, here's another sucker that we can charge £400 a night to stay at our campsite just because we're exclusive." And they say, "Oh, the biggest motorhome we've had was €700,000. It was a bus, blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Mate, you have no idea. If you really want to know how EV RV camper vans go, you go to America. They know how to build one out. They're like 4 million out there. Some of the big ones, crazy prices." Right, let's do another refresh. We're still at 5,955. We've now got an ending soon tag. It's all exciting now. 2.5 hours to go. We're at the final furlong. Is it going to be higher than 7 or lower than 8? What's it going to be? Right. So, I'm just thinking what's going to come next on the agenda. So, yes. So, yeah, that's those motorhome. I like the van life because I do watch the other kind of, I call them the pretty people van lifers, the one, the combi life. Driving across the country in a Volkswagen bus, and then you've got indie projects and things like that, and Kate and Alley, the ones that Trent and Alley, not Kate and Alley, Trent and Alley, and then a couple of others. But most of them now have kind of they're building their own house now. I mean, indie projects, they're in Portugal. And they're building their own. They're doing a barn conversion, but again, they're allowed to buy. 2.5 hour cliffhanger. I tell you, it's crazy. We could put Titanic on. I've got to stay up. I can't go to bed because it's like, what time is it now? 2:30 in the morning. Jesus Christ. I've got to turn the lights out because you always open the door. Yeah, 2.5 hour cliffhanger. So we shall see what happens. Right. I'm going to put this on. I'm going to put this on. Let's see where we are. What did I see the other day that I thought was very funny? All right, well, let's see what this guy's done.
Morning, this is Sean McWhorter,
Right, I'm going to leave you with this. And I'm going to visit the little boy's room. So please bear with me and I'll leave you with this. But it'll be on low volume, so I'll be right back.
We've got the factory worn winch option with pole bar and a Factor 55 fair lead and tow harness that gets a nice enclosed recovery so that you don't have a hook breaking. Want to try and be safe when doing that stuff. Swinging around the side, we've got 3M 40% tint on the front, 15% 3M tint on the front two roll-up windows. The rest is factory North American spec tint. We've got factory snorkel option, great for desert situations like this, keeping your air intake as clean as possible. It's kind of neat. It's actually rear-facing intake, so it's not sucking in air from the front. We've got a 40-inch rigid adapt advance light bar up on top. This is a killer bar. It's really a one-all. You don't need 4 different bars up on the front. It is speed dependent, so the faster you go, the more narrow your beam, and when you're slowing down, it gets nice and wide so you can see what animals are jumping out at you or really light up the sides of the trail really, really well at night. That works exceptionally well. We've got the factory ladder option here. I weigh 230 pounds, and this supports my weight just fine. Very easy to put away when done, or redeploy, and allows us to get up on the roof as needed, access our roof gear, things like that. These are the dealer option Goodyear Duratrek tires. They work really, really well. Super happy with those. Got the big size mud flaps on here. On the rear, we've got the Trasharoo, helping us keep the camp clean. Those are great. Holds a 40-gallon trash bag, I believe. Coming around on this side, we've got the factory option lunchbox. I keep all our recovery gear in here, snatch straps, gloves, tools I keep in the cab, but that's great to have up and out of the way. Down here we got the Lucky 8 LLC rock sliders, which are just awesome. Really helps protect that lower door panel. Going through some of these narrow canyons back here, you never know, you know, it's a really nice peace of mind to, if you have any side tilt or come down on something, you're not going to smash in your door. That could be a big bill. Let's talk about the roof. So obviously we've got a beautiful roof nest condor tent up here. This is the smaller of the two available sizes, and it was chosen because it retains about 30 inches of our rear storage area, which is nice for putting some other things up there on the roof that we'll talk about. I did mount it a little bit forward to maximize the amount of space that we have on the back. The roof rack is about 85 inches long, and this tent is 60 inches, so by shifting it forward a little bit, I get about 30 inches of storage space on the back. Talking about the roof, still we got 10 or 11 gallons of water supply up here, fresh water that we use for dishes and brushing teeth and things, just a garden hose hooked up to that. We've got rigid trail lights, which are awesome for making sure that we're visible on the trail and able to have people see us from quite a ways away. Red and white doesn't cut through dust nearly as well as amber, so these are amber. Two 20-liter Wavian jerry cans. These are in a front runner jerry can double holder. So we've got 12-ish gallons of water, struts opens that way. Might try and find something that opens that way so that it's easier to get in and out with the ladder. In the trunk, we've got the 55 IM Dometic fridge on the Dometic fridge slide. And we've got a box around that so that we can access the fridge without having to take any of the gear out, which is something we learned through the years that makes a huge difference. You don't have to unpack to get your sandwich out. That works out really well. That's running off a Jackery 500 at the moment. Leaves us room for a couple front runner wolf packs, which are our preferred way to pack on the trail because you can keep everything nice and modularized. That's it. Been super happy with this vehicle so far. Not one light, not one issue. Runs like a champ. Very comfortable place to be. We'll see you on the trail. Hi, I'm Sean McWhorter, co-founder of Autoplicity.com. Today we're going to do an introduction video of the Rhino Rack 270-degree batwing awning. Also talk about the Overland Vehicle Systems batwing awning and compare the two. They each have their pros and cons, discuss some of the materials they're made of, mounting options, size options, give you a good overall view of how those work mounted here on our Autoplicity Defender. All right, so this Rhino Rack batwing is the longer of the two options. I believe they come in something like 90 inches and 75 inches. They're also available on either driver or passenger side mount. The Defender, because we have our tent that opens to the other side, we have to have the awning on this side, even though it does block access to the ladder when the awning is completely deployed. Come back here, you've got triple seal Velcro that holds the awning in place. Really nice, big, heavy-duty zipper. We're just going to run that zipper all the way forward. We flip this up, get that out of the way. One thing I really like about this awning is it's got this nice bag, and inside the bag you've got your guy ropes and stakes and everything you need to secure the awning into the ground, conveniently located inside the pouch, which is really handy. Definitely want to stake this down when you're setting it up because otherwise it can blow away, and we've had that happen. So you've got 3 big Velcro straps. We undo that, let it fold down, and then it just rotates all the way over. So you take this included buckle and you just wrap that around the roof rack. It actually comes with a nice little cleat that you can mount to your roof rack to make it nice and easy, but because we have so much stuff on the roof, I just throw a little slip knot on there, and that secures that back. So after that, you deploy the 4 legs. And that's it. Completely set up in about a minute. Another thing I really like about the Rhino Rack product is you can just twist these legs and telescope them in and out, depending on what ground you're on. Down here at the bottom, it's got a place for you to stick your poles through. It's made with nice heavy-duty nylon. It's extremely water resistant. We've been in torrential downpours in this, and it's held up really, really well. And then along each edge, you can see there's a zipper. And this zipper is for attaching optional doors. And actually, Rhino Rack has a new door out that we've been testing for them that includes or rather it's a wall with a door in the middle of it, which is really nice. So that's it. Setup, easy to use, rather lightweight. I think this product's about 35 pounds and doesn't make too much wind noise when it's mounted to the roof.
Right, sorry about that. Had to bit of a comfort break there. Too much thing. Right, so this is the new Defender, so hopefully that guy hasn't been waffling on for too much. So anyway, hope you enjoyed that. Oh, Deck Build Live, Project Amber. Right, I would definitely sort out some. Let's see what we have. Hang on. Alright, let's try that. And then how about this? Bit of chill. Right, where are we at with the old rangy? Oh, we're at £6,000 now, hey? It's getting exciting. Right, I think Paul was in the house. He gave me a call a bit earlier. Let's see if that works. Not sure if I'm online. So yeah, hopefully the chill music should be in full effect now. I've got the cat sitting right here on my keyboard. You probably can't see him. Can you see him? He's just there. So he's got FUMU, our cat, fear of missing out. So Sir Tim a lot. Sir Spanks a lot. Right. So where are we at now? Somebody's given me a like. Can you believe that? Someone's given this channel a like. God bless you, whoever you are. Right. It's probably one of the Portugal lot as we're talking about them. Right. So this auction now, we are at updates. We are £55,000. Is it a new bidder or is it a... I've got to go here and I keep forgetting. Is it a new bidder? It is. I think it's a new bidder, ladies and gentlemen. We have a new bidder in the auction. We have 15 bidders in the queue right now. Today it was about 13. Yesterday, 13. So 2 more people have joined the game. They've been watching this. I reckon this could go up to £9,000, you know, this little car. Let's see. It's exciting. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place those bets. Let's see if I can give Paul a ring. Boom. Well, let's say OBS virtual camera. No, that's not going to work. No, because I'm using it. Right. Let's see. Oh, God bless you. God bless you, sir. God bless you. So, you know, the people say about the YouTube algorithm, you know, I think the only way to promote your site... Have I frozen? What an asshole. Right, hang on a second. Hang on. Oh, there he is. Hang on, I've got to turn you up. Hang on. So now I've got to put the old headage on. Right. put that on. Monitor myself. Can you hear me there? Right. That's fantastic. Let me turn the...
You appear to have frozen on your YouTube.
Yeah, that was Spike. Right, let me just turn... Right. How's the background music? Too loud?
I can't hear anything.
Right, I know what the problem is. let's try and do this.
Oh, but hang on a minute. I'll tell you why.
I know why.
I'm listening to you via Skype and not YouTube because the delay is just too long.
Right, well, I'm going to try and start virtual camera. So give me a second. And I shall go into...
Thou shalt not steal.
Okay. Aha. Now that's curious. Okay.
Case of the curious.
Right, now the virtual camera is only picking up my screen too. How's that?
I have also frozen.
This is quality content, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness.
Right, hang on.
I'm gonna do the same old palaver as you.
Right, well, so I'm actually looking quite puzzled on the screen here because I've frozen. So what I'm going to try and do, is restart the camera, but I don't know. Right, that's here. Now I should get, right, hang on a minute. That's the wrong, okay. I need that one to be...
Is this how our broadcasts on the fly on the road are going to be like?
Oh no, they're going to be much worse than this. This is quality content right now. So I'm going to try, I don't know why my Skype window is showing up as... I know why. Hang on, let me try. Because I've got to get you back into the Skype window as part of. Right, here we go. I
don't know. I mean, those messages I was sending on YouTube on the chat were taking at least 3 minutes to get to you. At least.
Bizarre. Right, I think I might have cracked the window now. So let's try.
Right, while you're doing that, I'm just going to thing in this stuff. Okay. Just looking for anything on my 360 camera that I can edit.
Right, I've actually got. I'm just trying to do a. Oh, that's me. Honestly, why is it?
Well, you might just have to hang up and sort out your YouTube.
But I've lost your video now. Where's your video gone? There we go.
Got that one.
Right, hang on. Yeah, keep that. Right, hang on. We are.
Are we cooking on gas? I don't think we are. It's a good job, and this is how. Well, if you had viewers, you'd lose them.
Steady. Right, now I can. What is going on? Right, I'm gonna delete this and add another. I'm gonna add another thing. Anyway, this is all quite good stuff. We've got 2 hours
where's
left.
The car at? More importantly, where's the car at?
The car is currently sitting at 6,500 now. So you're actually in audio only perfectly.
No, that's £6,055.
Yeah. So audio wise, you're actually
booming.
So if you count that as a win, we're halfway there. I've got to frame you a bit better because you're not. There you go.
Well, no, because I keep moving, so I'm.
Right. Well, Well, you're on the screen, but I need to get you on the Skype window, which is not good. It should be on the Skype. Now, why have I frozen? Which is right. I'm gonna do
freezing me up, man.
Window capture. Is it window capture? Skype window.
Don't ask me languages and speaks and words I do not understand.
Well,
now what was I? Oh, see, I'm trying to edit for 360 and wondering what's going on, and it's not a 360 video, and that's why I can't edit it.
Right.
It's all kind of makes sense, really, doesn't it? I'm trying to pan it round, and it's just not, and there's nothing to pan to. That's why.
Yeah. Well,
I'm dangerously thick, I believe.
I've got similar issues where what I could possibly do. I should be able to capture your. What the hell? Oh. Hey. Skype is going. What's his name is going absolutely nuts.
Pulled off his nads.
Right. Okay. This is not. Right. I'm not even going to delete. I'm going to delete this. Right, I don't know what's happened to my video, which is even more of a concern, if I'm honest. Because
I'll be honest, tell us lies, sweet little lies.
Well, let me. Boom. Right. Window capture. No. Okay. We're back! Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We have full fat. We have full fat in the house. We are coming. I'm still 7 minutes.
Frozen on my screen.
Oh, God. Hang on.
But then bear in mind, there is a delay of about God knows how long at the moment.
Oh, it's black screen now. I shall be there in an instant. Countdown to happiness, baby. 3, 2, 1. We're there.
No.
We're live. Right. So I've got to resize you a little bit. I don't know why. Let's just put you top corner. Wow, Jesus Christ, dude. It's like I'm at the opticians. Zoom out a bit. Fucking hell. Honestly. Yeah, this is absolute amateur night. I'm sorry, but this is we're gonna cancel our YouTube subscription.
I've seen amateur gigs. Oh, why am I beeping over there? Everything's beeping.
So what's this video? What's this Ray Myers video looking like? That's from your phone, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it because you're zoomed into your phone.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
It's just me on the road.
Me on the road. Right. So I've got this. Right. So I've got this video here. Right. So we'll just have that one, and we'll just zoom this out. That's as what's it as we're going to get with this. So we'll just put you there on top of me. Eye the tiger. There we go. How's that? How's that, everybody? Are we there? Are we back? Are we live? I have a zoom and I'm not afraid to use it.
The all-seeing eye.
Honestly. Are you glad you waited for this? Are you glad? Collaborate timing. What do you mean collaborate? Are we out of time? Is it all a bit audio wise?
It's all over the shop.
Is it really?
I'm just glad that. Oh, why? What's no idea?
So you're okay. I know
YouTube. What I'm seeing of you on the YouTube, you frozen. Obviously, your Skype isn't frozen, or am I on the wrong? I don't know what.
No, you're. Don't listen to me on YouTube. You've got to listen to me on Skype because it'll be delayed.
I'm not. I was reading the El Chatio, and then.
But I don't think you'll be able to see me on Skype because my video has been taken up by OBS, unless.
Well, no, I'm seeing you on Skype.
Are you okay?
But I'm not seeing you on YouTube. In fact, I'm seeing nothing on YouTube. Yes, I am. I'm seeing you, but frozen.
Refresh the YouTube page. Refresh it.
Hang on a minute. Oh, there we go. No, that's what I've done, and it's all good.
Are we there? Are we live? We're all good? Right, I've still got to
The delay is atrocious.
Well, the model's not that much cop either.
Oh, it's awesome. What are you talking about? I'm doing a Vogue shoot tomorrow.
Vogue.
Yeah, literally. I'm going out in the Vogue.
Ladies with an attitude. Right, we're there. Are we good? Timony says we're perfect, but I think he's slightly biased.
He's slightly drunk too much, brother. Yeah.
So I'm going to sort it out for. Let's see. We've got 2 hours left on this. 2 hours left.
I haven't got it on. Oh, actually, I've got it on. I've got it on eBay.
Look at YouTube. It's on the screen.
I know, but I've got tech we'll use.
Yeah. And can you hear the music coming out of YouTube, or have you turned it off?
I've turned YouTube volume off.
Oh yeah, because you would have, anyway.
I can't have those conversations with like a 2 or 3 minute delay.
Well, right now we've got audio and video to YouTube synced up, cooking on gas.
Right, we've got 2 hours left on this then.
Yeah. And can you hear the music coming out of YouTube, or have you turned it off?
This is going to be exciting when you're bidding for real.
Brilliant. So, sorry, what is that?
When you're bidding on one for keeps.
Yeah.
That'll be an exciting stream.
Well, I hope so, because I think the best way to do it is to find one that I don't. The thing is to find one that I don't mind if I don't get it. I think that's the trick, because if the first couple of bids, if I don't do it, then I'm going to be depressed, and it's not going to.
Here's a question for you. What I noticed with this garage, a few of their cars, what is that thing that's hanging out of the passenger rear window?
I think it's where they keep the keys, and it's a passworded box.
Okay.
It allows you to, they give you a 4-digit code, and it allows you to take it for a test drive, because it's social distancing and all that crap, isn't it?
That makes perfect sense.
That's what I would guess, but I think that guess is pretty. What's the word I'm looking for?
Well, there's only one other thing I'd critique on this car. If you look at the driver's door, at the top it looks like it's mostly shut, and at the bottom it doesn't look like it's shut properly. If you look at the third picture, that's it. Zoom in.
Oh, okay.
I mean, at the top it looks shut, but at the bottom, no.
Yeah, well, I think our frozen issues have now sorted themselves out. So,
in that case, let it be. Let it be.
Yeah, if it's not broke, don't fix it. That's what I would say. But yeah, like I said, but like the company said, does it have a tow bar package? Does that look like a tow bar to you?
Yes, it's the I can't remember the brand. So that bit that comes down,
right,
like a socket, and then the actual ball clips up into it, and you lock it.
Ah, okay.
It's the same as mine, although
because this is the SE spec. So the SE spec is above the Vogue spec, but if it's if it's an HSE, apparently a Vogue is above an HSE.
I don't understand any of it, if I'm honest. I can't even think what they could add to a Vogue to make it better.
I think rear entertainment is pretty much... Oh, Wandering Womble, he does a live stream van auction. Well, like I said, it's going to be... I think we're going to do... I've got to let the cat out. Oh, Jesus Christ. Will you stop it? Being an arsehole. So, it's going to be...
It's saying here that the Vogue SE adds soft closed doors,
Oh.
LED ambient lighting inside, 360-degree parking cameras,
Right.
heated and cooled. See, I haven't got air-conditioned seats. That's the one thing I haven't got that would have been nice.
Right.
And the seats in aniline leather, whatever that is.
Right, yeah.
And it comes with 21-inch wheels.
Oh, well, this one's only got 20-inch wheels on it. But I think the 21s are an option.
Okay. So it's saying here the Range Rover HSE is the cheaper, more economic variant of the Vogue.
Right, okay. So the Vogue is the big boy spec. The HSE...
yeah. But the SE, the Vogue SE is that one notch above.
So do they do a Vogue HSE? Because
I thought they did.
HSE is higher than SE, but then I think it goes from Vogue SE to Vogue Autobiography. I think. But
lost on me.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know. Let it be, let it be.
It's all right. What's the difference between a Vogue and an HSE? It just says the HSE. So it doesn't look like they do a Vogue HSE. It's either a Vogue or an HSE or a Vogue SE.
Yeah, or a Vogue Autobiography.
Yeah, and then then you're...
Yeah, then you're right up. So what's the Westminster spec then?
Oh, okay.
Because apparently they didn't do the Westminster in America, only in the UK. I wonder if it's to do with the leather or something like that.
I reckon so. Which is the one that has the slidey outy steps?
I think that's an option. All of them can have it. The Autobiography, I know, has.
Well, yeah. He's beeping me.
1 hour 55 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. You can cut the atmosphere with a knife.
Right, come on. Where's the specifications? Oh, Parker's isn't telling me. The internet seems to be incredibly slow this evening.
That's probably because you're streaming.
No, this is all just vague. This is Parker's. Is just showing me the overall.
Yeah.
The general Vogue. Everything's. Want specifically. There's a 1200 watt Harman Kardon system.
Yeah, because some of them also have subwoofers in the back as well, don't they?
Well, I think mine's got a sub because it's got normal level, base level, and sub level in the
it'll have the. So the sub is in that bit where the DVD player is, where your maps are at the back in the boot.
I'll take your word on that.
Yeah.
It's right. 20-inch wheels. 19-speaker Harman Kardon Logic 7 surround system.
Yeah,
that comes That comes in all of them.
No, not the Logic 7. The Harman Kardon, but Logic 7 is one up. And then the one up above that is the Burmester. No, hang on. The Burmester is...
Are you just making words up now to baffle me?
No, the Burmester is Mercedes-Benz.
Oh, okay.
It's Harman Kardon, but the Logic 7 is the upgraded version. It's got a centre speaker, like surround sounded kind of stuff. But I was.
It's got a noble finish to the front grille and side vents.
Right. Yeah.
Titan silver lower splitter bar and fog lamp bezels, 20-inch wheels.
But that's
it's got
what.
a Westminster badge.
Ah, okay. But because what you're
Luxury carpets.
right.
Grand black lacquer trim.
Your camera's turned off again.
Oh, as standard equipment, Land Rover offers an in-car entertainment system 1200 watt. No, it's saying it that they're all Logic 7.
Are they all
right,
Logic? No, there is an upgraded sound you can get in him. You pay extra. It's an option.
Not a lot of use to the deaf drivers amongst us, though, is it?
Well, the thing is, what I've heard is that when I was reading because I did a search on replacement head units for L322s, and they said that they replaced them with a Pioneer, but they take out all the old stuff because it's not compatible apparently. But what they do is they keep the subwoofer, but they just provide an amp for it. So they power the speakers from the head unit, and then they have a separate amp for the subwoofer in the back, but they take out all the crap that's in the, like the DVD player and all that stuff. Because your maps, your GPS is actually on a DVD in the back in the boot, which is apparently the Range Rover. The only thing that lets them down is the in-car entertainment, which can be changed. But
okay, so it's looking to me overall, the Westminster you gain heated and air-conditioned cooled seats. It's got the air hole-y leather.
Yeah.
The 20-inch wheels, 4-zone air conditioning, but I've all got 4-zone anyway. It's the interior, it's the detailing, the luxury carpets. Infotainment in the back.
In the back, yeah.
Dual infotainment, privacy glass. There's not an awful lot in it, but you pay a lot more for it.
Well,
frankly, the carpets in mine are nice enough, but
exactly.
I never have my shoes on.
Well, I think this Vogue SE, that's what I'm so curious about how it goes for, because this Vogue SE has got a lovely spec on it. If it's got soft closing doors, and it's got the bi-xenon headlights, it's got the they haven't got adaptive cruise control, but they have got normal cruise control. That's the only thing.
Okay.
So Timony's like,
has he fallen asleep yet?
No, he can't. Apparently, he can't wait for us to go out on tour for Full Fat on the road, like Max and Paddy take 2. I wonder how many cows we're going to run over. Well, there, Max and Paddy. Anyway, cheers, Tim. You're a legend, mate. The fact that you stand by our entertainment and put up with our nonsense for 2.5 hours, Jesus. So we're at $6,000, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to increase any more in an hour?
Is that all we've got left? An hour?
Well, sorry, an hour and 49 minutes after 2 hours. But when, in your experience, when do the bids start to go?
More of this?
Come on! That's what you joined in for.
Take me away from all of this. So I just message.
You know, I've still got questions with all this, I'll tell you. It's to do with the automatic bidding. Because when someone placed a bid earlier, it didn't automatically up the bid. So that would say that people are placing bids manually, not automatically.
Yeah, but they may have. I thought they were going to do an automatic bid and slapped in and not actually put enough in.
Right.
Maybe, I don't know.
The road is paved with something, mate. It's not gold.
I think it's just going to be the classic case of the last 10 minutes. There'll be a few little punts, and then in the final couple of minutes, there will be a flurry of activity, and then it'll go for 7.5.
Right. Well, I'm still going to say 8 plus. I'm going to say 8
it's annoying
plus.
because now I'm thinking I should have bought that one and not the one I've got.
Well, it's like wasn't available. I mean, come on. But like you say, you when you see it here for 6, you think that, and you think, oh, I wish, buyer's remorse and everything. But I've got a feeling this is going to go for 10. I think it's easily going to pass 7.5. And because I've been looking at them on Auto Trader, the autobiography version of this, the same year, 2010, slightly less mileage. I think it was 140,000. They wanted 21 grand for it. I mean, okay, it was an immaculate example, but double the price for literally the same car. I mean, what you're talking, T-cut and elbow grease to get it all polished up nicely, shampoo the carpets.
What does that mean? Speak a language I understand, will you?
Well, if you've got a so-called immaculate car, it's only immaculate because people have looked after it. It's still a 140,000 mile car, right? So the difference between this one and that one is, okay, the entertainment in the back and the badge, it's an autobiography, but also is because they've taken it to a detailer's for £400 and got it detailed. So it looks immaculate. You can make a car look immaculate for 200 quid if you spend enough time on it, polishing and T-cutting the paint. So that's that's why I think these auctioneers are quite good, because they clearly just run a Hoover around it and then pretty much put it up for sale. They don't do a lot of work on it, because they even say in their terms and conditions, like, trim will be loose. There'll be rattles. Brakes will squeak. All the little things that most garages take care of before they put it on the forecourt.
They're middlemen, and they'll get it in and they want to get it out as quickly as possible without doing anything to it other than taking the money on it.
Well, they know how much they go for. They know that they can make £1,000 on it all day long. So they'll just put it up buy it for 5, put it on an auction, and they'll know they'll get 6, 7, 8 for it. And if they get 10, it's a bonus. It all depends on the buyers, doesn't it? I mean, it might have even come over from Ireland. We don't know. Who fucking knows? But it's done, as I say, 150,000 miles is like, oof, in 10 years, it's done 150,000 miles. That's a lot of miles. That's like FedEx delivery driver mileage.
It's probably an Uber.
Could be.
I doubt it. I don't think I've ever seen her. Or have I? No, maybe I have. So I was trying to send a text to...
Well, the black Range Rovers are definitely sought after with the city folk. The city folk do like a black Range Rover rather than the country guys like Buckingham blue or silver or green. I'd love a green one, but I can't find one at the moment. To be honest, I'd love it if Harry's garage car comes up for sale. I'll just buy that one. Harry's garage, he's got the perfect one. Because at least we know it's been looked after.
So I'll be with you in a minute.
Right, talk amongst yourselves, Jesus. I'm sure there's plenty of fragrances that linger under those seats. That's for shizzle. Mercedes, I do know that Mercedes and BMW, they have a perfume dispenser in the glove box, and that sprays ambient scents to inside the interior of the car.
Don't they come with a maid in the boot?
What, you mean a stowaway Filipino?
Well, it doesn't. I'm not really fussed what nationality they are.
You're not doing racial profiling. You don't care.
No.
As long as they're stowaway, I don't care where they're from.
Yeah, as long as they're cheap and cheerful, and they can cleanse away those whiffs and sniffs that have been left in there after I've had my child in the car. That'll be a wonderful thing.
Whiffs and sniffs.
Yeah, and topped up the decanters in the back. It's always.
Well, actually, you need to explain, Paul. You need to explain that. Obviously, I've been explaining my ideas for this full fat Odyssey, but your idea is obviously we need to get a couple of. Well, I need to get a barber jacket apparently because everyone else has got barber jackets apart from me. So also green Range Rovers are also the thing to get, but I've yet to find one.
The barber's only for the initial photo shoot. And the other thing we really need to get is
horses. Horses.
Yes. A box on the back for the nags.
Oh,
no,
God.
we really need to get our Land Rover umbrellas because I thought they were standard issue with Land Rovers because all the bloody sunroofs leak.
Oh, okay.
Well, saying that, the full fat doesn't leak.
Well, to be honest with you, mate, honestly, I really think that Range Rovers have got such a bad rap that a lot of the problems they have are no worse than an AMG Mercedes or a Honda. I'm pretty sure, because everyone that I've seen talking about these cars, they haven't had any problems apart from normal everyday wear, which is bizarre.
I'll tell you who it is. It's the Australians. They take the mickey out of them because they've got all their Toyotas. Do you know what I think it is? They can't afford them. That's why they give them a bit of stick.
I think so.
I think that's what it is. Or maybe it's not the case at all.
Tim likes your maid joke.
Hey?
I said Tim likes your maid joke.
I wasn't joking. You'll be reading about a disappearance of perhaps a Filipino.
Don't say things like that. Jesus Christ.
No, maybe not. No, I don't make any. I don't let Jay eat in there. I don't eat in the car anyway. I've stopped that.
Yeah, no.
After the rats in the loft, the last thing I want is peasants in the living in the car.
Rats in the loft, crumbs in the car. Yeah, no, it's I'm looking at getting a head unit replacement if I finally pick one up. Because to be honest with you, all the soft clothes and the other kind of stuff, I'm not really bothered about that because it's just more to go wrong.
No, exactly.
And also rear entertainment. I don't sit in the back, so I don't care. But what I do care about is, GPS and connectivity. So it might be worth spending a little less on an older model, and then the money I save getting the head unit replaced and getting it all brought up to snuff. Apple CarPlay, all the bells and whistles, fully installed, fully working. And they've done them before, so they know how to do it, and it's not far away from the place where I'm going to be buying the car, hopefully. It's only in where is it, the place? Hampshire.
What's Hampshire?
One's in Reading, near Reading. This place I think is called
Make something up. Sound confident and I'll believe you.
Well, I'll tell you exactly. Berkshire. That's Reading, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this other place is right. M25. You've got Reading. I'm going to do hand signals now. So you've got M25. Yep. You've got Reading over this way.
Uh-huh.
Right. What's directly north of the M25 over this way a little bit?
A mysterious land of unicorns and mermaids.
What's that county?
Hertfordshire.
Yeah. And?
Dumbartonshire.
What?
Could be anywhere. Yeah, I mean, you're just pointing generally north.
No, just north of the M25, and it's a famous place that we've all heard of.
Have we been there?
Everyone's been there. It's famous. See, I can't put Google Maps up because
I'm just looking now because I just can't cope with this anymore. Before I'm going to throw myself off of my first floor extension.
You know, there's going to be...
Right, so you got... Well, yeah, you've got Hertford, Buckinghamshire, it's kind of... Then it'll be Hertfordshire.
What's Herefordshire?
That's oh goodness gracious. That's
no, it's not Steve.
That's over.
Not Stevenage, not Barking. It's further north than Barking.
So, further north than where?
It's an hour and a half from my house to there, and it's an hour and a half from my house to Reading. It's the same. It's just a different direction.
Say you're either going to be in Buckinghamshire or Bedfordshire, if that's the case.
Right. So name some famous places in. On
Aberdeen.
No, not that north. North of the M25, but just north, not Hemel Hempstead. I think it's near there. No, not Hemel Hempstead. It was something. Do you know what? I'm just gonna look.
What kind of game show is this?
I'm just gonna look. This is ridiculous.
Round up the clowns and.
I'm just gonna look. I'm just gonna look because it's doing my nuts. Right,
It's probably gonna be nowhere.
It's gonna be nowhere that I've said. I know. Right, I'm gonna look. Look, I'm appearing on my own home channel in my own. Look at that. How cool is that? Right.
Oh my God, you got a model on there tonight.
I know, it's
you managed to
amazing.
acquire that?
Right, L322 head unit. Replay head unit upgrade. Right, let's try and find the audio company that does it. Right, here we go. Audio in car. So this is the guy.
So was this the Japanese head unit replacement you were talking about?
This is the head. Yeah, I'll show you a picture of it because it's nice.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice looking car.
And this is an old one. It's not as new as yours, but look at that.
Yeah.
They've done a whole thing, and it even has a. Look, this is good. Look. It does a slidey out. It has a slidey out bit.
Okay.
For the DVDs, you can you press the thing and the screen folds down.
Right.
Right, and it's got the
that's
rear.
The one thing I'll say with that screen in that car, it's pretty low res.
It's crap. It's the only thing that lets it whole thing. There you go. It goes down. You've got a SIM card and thing.
That's a champagne holder. That's what that is.
But he's got Apple CarPlay USBs in the back, and in the back seat, you've got in-car entertainment if you need it, and he'll retrofit a USB and an HDMI input. But again, I don't sit in the back. I don't care.
Yeah.
Right? Because his one.
I would say no. Hang on. That would be very useful for road tripping, for the charging points.
Yeah, for charging points for sure. But I was going to do for charging points. I was actually going to do power distro in it. I was actually going to put another battery with a DC to DC charger in it. Because have you noticed this one doesn't have the vents at the top? So this is 2005. This one.
Okay. Was it 2006? The last year they had the non-vents, and then 2007 was the top vents. Is that right?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. And then earlier than that, it was the thing. So let me find out where this place is, and it'll be nowhere near.
No,
it wasn't. No, not Epping. Right, let's try that. Let's find out where it is. Are you ready? Are we ready? Bishop Stortford. Bishop Stortford.
In Hertfordshire. I said Hertfordshire.
No, but I wanted to name a famous place in slightly north
St Albans.
Well,
is Watford in Hertfordshire?
A lot of places are in Hertfordshire, but Bishop Stortford is quite a famous name. Anyway, it's an hour and a half to get from there to here.
What's Bishop Stortford famous for?
I have no idea, but it's one of those names that anyway, Bishop Stortford. So this is the guy that does this retrofit. Now what they do is they take everything out and they amp the sub as well.
And how many clinking gold coins are we talking? Oh, yeah.
That's a sack of gold coins.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
And your answer is?
Well, exactly.
That on a bloody stereo? Jesus.
It's not a stereo. It's an install you're spending. It's not the stereo. It's the whole. Yeah. They'll also do your reversing camera for an extra 300 quid. But actually, the 189 is GPS version. Actually, we don't need GPS because we've got Apple CarPlay. So we'd get the 1500 install with the reversing camera. But even then, it's like, it's a yeah.
No, it's too much. I'll put up with that low res screen.
We've gone up 100 quid, ladies and gentlemen. We've gone up £100. We are now 155.
Oh, wouldn't it be funny if I
if you accidentally bought it?
no, I was thinking it would be funny if I team viewed you and
yeah, that'll be funny because you'd have to go and pick it up. 1.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting tighter. Let's see who's made a bid. We've now got 16 bidders. We've got a new bid, ladies and gentlemen. He's shown his hand. Bishop Stortford. Yeah.
Yes, the tension is rising.
So this guy is a new bidder. Now, this is my question. There's a few people on here that have set up automatic bids, right? Now, he's set up, he's got 6,155. Now, why isn't the computer counteracting that straight away? Why is there such a gap?
Because
automatic bids, I've turned them on. Look, there you go. 600, 955. These are not automatic bids because they go up in 100 increments.
Tim, they may have been. I don't know how it bloody works. Give up. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to move on from this.
Yeah, even your camera's given up. It's like, no way.
Just there you go, and we'll worry about it when it comes to.
No, I'm just. I think your method of buying it is perfect, and I've got a feeling that a lot of these guys are showing their hand too early, and they're not. Because why would you bid when there's an hour and a half to go? Why wouldn't you not just wait until 20 minutes and put down the 6155?
Okay, then I would say maybe they might be on their way to work and won't be able to bid later on. So they thought, well, do you know what? I'll chance it. I'll chuck my maximum bid on there now, and I'm off to work.
Right,
I'm off to bed, or I've got the baby in the bath. I'm going to be busy for the next 2 hours. It could be that.
Right. Okay.
I don't know. I just made that up. Did I sound confident when I said that?
Bide your chat, bide your time. I know it's just frustrating. So I'm just trying to get the angle of the eBay algorithm to see if there's any ways of hackery we could possibly do, because
there's no hackery. It's an auction, Tim.
But it's an auction with a automatic bid system. Other auctions don't have that. This is what I'm saying. You have to physically be there, physically put your hand up, physically shout out your number. Here, you can say, right, put 8 grand in and let the computer do the job. So,
yeah, but you do have automatic bids, because you would say to your guy that's bidding on your proxy bid for you because you're busy or abroad or at work or whatever.
Yeah.
And you say to your proxy bidder, by the way, my limit on this car is 7,200.
Yeah.
See how it goes.
Right.
So they are. Yeah, that is an automatic bid, and they'll sit and they'll bide their time because they're not going. They're going to wait until the end of the auction, and they'll see how it's. They'll just get a feel of how much interest.
But the computer doesn't do that for you, though. That's a human that's doing proxy. But
but all this does, it just, as soon as someone bids and it's automatic. That's it. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I think you're going to cancel the whole fucking thing. It's going to be like, no, I'm out. No cars. I'm not going to go around. I'm not driving anywhere. Just simply because, look, I'll tell you what, I'll just buy you one. I'm not even going to bother with this eBay nonsense. Just let's find one on Auto Trader. It was you that put me onto eBay. You dug this rabbit hole, mate. I just jumped down it. I just jumped down it.
Yeah, and you just.
I would have been quite happy on Auto Trader.
Very true, but then you weren't finding anything. That's the point. You had no results.
Well, I did, but out of my budget. Not cheap results. But all of a sudden, it seems like this is where they're all hiding. Someone's all swept them onto eBay. So, another problem I'm having, or that seems to be an issue, is all these people are now watching YouTube that are telling them that Range Rovers are awesome, go out and buy one. So, of course, all these people that would never consider one before are now all of a sudden going, oh, because to be honest, I didn't really consider one either about 2 months ago. But
and then you got jealous.
And then I just got, I saw the green-eyed monster, literally.
Well, I think, as you say, I mean, even if you get it and sell it when you head home, at least you can say, yeah, I've had one, I liked it, or I've had one, I didn't like it. Or you'll say, I've had one, and I'm now getting a Westminster 4.4 supercharged.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they'll hold their value, so I'll get what I paid for it. He says you're on tender hooks. He's on tender something. Torture hooks, more like. We have 16 bidders in the game. The last bid, £6,155. Now that could have been an automatic bid because it's £100 over the last bid. We shall see. Is J4 in the group further down? So J4 has previously not placed a bid as yet. There's definitely a couple of people in this list that definitely want the car because they've placed multiple bids. G1 has got automatic bids set up. He's placed 1, 2, 3, 4.
But he dropped out early in the game.
He seems to have dropped out at 5,200. He's considering an extra bid. That was his cap. But he's now going to watch to the end to see where it ends up. He could have an extra grand to spend.
He might need it if that turbo goes.
Oh, that's the beauty of it. These fucking things. It's literally like you buy it and then it's Russian roulette. And everyone says if you buy it, don't spend all your money. Keep two grand aside.
Let's be honest. That's the same deal for any second-hand car you buy. It's just in the case of this one, there's two of everything that's expensive that could potentially. That's all it is.
And also a trip to the garage is £1,000. That's pretty much
and a free. Look, it's worth going to the garage with a problem just to get it washed.
Sure. Well, your garage, yeah. Hang on, you twist your camera around. You're off. I've got a beautiful view of your.
No, I've done it deliberately.
Oh, okay. Are you crying because I've pushed you too hard? Have you snapped yet? Oh dear.
Your auction talk.
Do you want to push me down the stairs?
I live in a bungalow, so that won't help.
Oh God. Let's have another look. Honestly, this is in. I'm so into this. I've got there. I do have another. I do have another vehicle on the watch list. This is the other one. Now have a look at how they take their pictures. This is bizarre. Right.
Oh, that's weird.
So this is 700. This is £7,000. This has been listed twice. This is the second time it's been up.
Is that one on Alibaba?
It could be, but this is the HSC. This is not a Vogue, you see. So that's probably why people don't want it, because it's not a Vogue. So, but the way they take their pictures is bizarre.
I'd like to know what that hasn't got as an HSE.
I don't know.
That is an awful picture.
They're all awful. It's just weird. I mean, why? But all their pictures they've taken, they've done it like that.
Email them. Tell them they're crap.
Well,
honestly, that looks like a shot from Alibaba.
Well, I think, and I don't. This is a copy and paste from when they do everything in caps. It just makes me laugh, and they spend half of the description telling you how good they are as a company. This is 134,000.
When they do that, Tim, you have to read that as though they're shouting at you.
Yeah,
that's the deal with that.
Because these wheels are 19-inch on this one. So that's all the pictures of it.
I can't. Have you reframed it? I'm having to move around the sofa like nobody's business. Okay, then. So, I to me, they all look the same. I think they just put the letters on just to confuse people.
Well, I think because it used to be SE was the middle spec and HSE was the top spec, but Vogue was the full fat. I think it was something along them lines, but I don't understand the difference between an HSE Range Rover and a Vogue. I'll have to read up on that.
Because when I was looking at the Discovery 4s, I just assumed that the HSE was the best version of
it was. The HSE in Land Rover in Land Rover world is the top spec, and the Autobiography is the super spec. The thing is with the Autobiography is you can customize your car with the Autobiography. So they sit down with you. Like I've just seen a YouTube video on Instagram where the boxer, who's the English world championship boxer, black guy, heavyweight boxer.
Well, that could be all of them, couldn't it?
No, because he's world champion. He's English. He's black, and he's heavyweight boxer, heavyweight champion.
Oh, I don't.
Don't say Lennox. Don't say Lennox Lewis. It's the one after him. Anyway, he just fought. He's going to fight. What's his name this year in Vegas? The gypsy bloke.
Oh, I do know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
And now you've asked. I can't remember.
Okay.
I do know they were talking about news the other morning.
Well, Tim's going to come in with the name in about 3 minutes, so we can wait for him to come back with all the information. Anyway,
I wonder if
he's just been.
If it's worth letting Tim take over the channel. See, someone.
If we did that, we'd lose our only viewer.
Oh, hang on a minute. What's happened here?
7,003. You see?
That's going to go for 9, isn't it?
I told you. Now the Range Rover Sport is based on the Discovery chassis. It's the same chassis, so it's smaller. So it's actually a sportier version of the Discovery. But the Range Rover Vogue is what we call the full fat Range Rover, hence the full fat Odyssey. So Anthony Joshua, you see, Tim always comes through. Tim is what we should have 24 hours a day. He is our personal. What do you call it? He's the guy with the orange juice at half time. Anthony Joshua. Anyway, if you type into YouTube Anthony Joshua Range Rover, he's just got delivery of his brand new Vogue Range Rover, the big full fat Range Rover Autobiography version, and they've customized certain parts of it for him, i.e. put the name, put his signature in it, made the leather. So the Autobiography means you can go to the. Now I want to see who's bid for this. I want to see if it's a new.
I'd have deck chair material in mine just for kicks.
Right, it's FJ. It's J4. J4's coming with a bid. Right.
He's keen. I reckon.
This guy's bid twice. He's put £1 over £7,000 and then 200 over £7,000. It's the same guy. So anyway, people are waiting now. We've now got 17 people bidding on this. So in theory, I'm 18 because I'm watching it, but I haven't placed a bid yet. So there could be a lot of people watching.
So the question is, what would your ceiling be on this?
£8,000.
You'd go 8, would you?
I'd go 8. Yeah.
I think it's going to go 8.5.
I think. Well, I've always said 8.5, £8,000, but I think it's going to go for 9, possibly 10. I really think so, because just from what I've seen on Auto Trader, I've done the MOT research on this. It's high mileage, but it is an SE, a Vogue SE. They're quite rare. It is a nice model, and like I said, the one up from that seems to be the Autobiography. Yeah, exactly. Vogue, like Madonna Vogue, pretty much. So that the Vogue is the old school full size Range Rover. They call it the Full Fat. So you'll see the Range Rovers, but if it's a sport, it's basically a different chassis. It's a smaller car. It's a little bit lower. It's not as good off road. It's got faster wheels. But the Full Fat one, they did an Overfinch version, which is like a company that sportifies them, like the Arbath version of Fiat, or Overfinch. They basically tune the engines and tweak the suspension and put a 5-litre turbo in it, and it shifts. I saw a couple on the motorway heading up to Lincolnshire the other year. A couple of Overfinches passed me at about 90 mile an hour, like that, coming out of London. So this is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are at 7.3. He's just done a post. Everyone's considering their options. I've got £8,000 to spend. I'm not going to place a bid when there's an hour and 16 minutes to go. I think the last 16 minutes we're going to go up to. I think we're going to hit 10.
Yeah,
because there's a few people in this list. There's a few people in this list that are definitely after it, because they've constantly rebid. There's about 4 people in there that have constantly rebid. So,
see, I mean, I'm like you. I mean, I'd say I wouldn't bother bidding till the end. Again, if you're busy, you haven't got the time to, then you can't. But I'm all for waiting till the end and then chucking in a few bids as it's closing.
That's the thing.
Unless you know that, for example, the most you're going to pay is X amount, so you say, right, I'm not going to sit here all day watching this. I'm just going to chuck in my bid, and if no one else goes for it, then it's mine. And well,
the thing is, you've got to ask yourself, what is the car worth to you? It's not about what it's worth; it's what is it worth to you. So to me, that is worth £8,000, because I don't know the history. It does have a little bit of an oil leak. It is a 2010. It's a newer car. Now, I'm quite happy to go a couple of years older, but save myself a couple of grand, because there's no major changes between this one and the 2009 version. It's just cosmetic, really.
Yeah. Although you say this is the first one with the LCD dash.
Yeah, the digital dash. This is the first one that they put with. That was one of their. There you go. So that was their selling point. Was that. And also they changed the infotainment. The infotainment is slightly different than yours. Okay. It's more up to date. So they've got better infotainment. I think they've got sat nav on it as well, but an up to date one. But everything gearbox is still the ZF gearbox. It's still the same engine. It's still the same chassis, suspension. It's just the tweaks.
When I bought the 300 TDI, I had to, because it came with a gramophone as standard, and I lost a crank handle for it, so that had to go, and I put an 8-track in it just to upgrade it, update it a little bit.
Have you seen Jay Leno's garage?
Yes.
He's got a Cadillac in there that has a vinyl record player in it as the sound system, and it came as standard from the dealer.
Well, do you know what I really, 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 really wanted way back when? And I saw it in a magazine. It's the Sony upright record playing device. I can't remember.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God!
You slotted them in.
I don't know how expensive they are to buy now. They are.
Didn't Techno Man review one of those?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got so many subscribers, that bloke. Unbelievable. It's like, isn't he 1.3 million or something? It's insane. He's got like a really niche thing that everyone's just like, you know,
But do
they
you know
just
what
love it.
I think we like to reminisce on the old bits of kit, and I still often think about that little Iowa cassette Walkman that I had that we used as the black box in the car when we used to drive where we shouldn't. And the fact that you could plug your headphones in and you'd have a left channel, right channel record. I mean, what a bit of kit.
Yeah.
I regret getting rid of that. And I know I had a mini disc player, which was far superior and a fraction of the size, but it just wasn't the same.
Sure. I got one last question, right? If I'd have put my bid in as $8,000.
Hang on a minute, I'm just going to launch myself off.
Right. If I'd have last question, I promise. If I'd have put $8,000 in, but I put it in yesterday, would other people know that I've got a reserve of $8,000 on it?
No, not until it gets to $8,000. All right, I would know.
Okay.
If you put a bid of $8,000 on yesterday,
right,
it would be either, no one would have put any bids in because it tells you bid $8,000 or more.
Ah, perfect. Okay, so actually, people haven't put any bids in under $8,000 now because it's saying enter 7,400.
Whoever's got that current bid at 7,301, they may have said they'll go up to 7.5 or 8.
Ah,
but no one's going to know until if you were bidding on it now and you said, right, I'll just have a look and I'll put in 7.4.
But underneath it says 7.4. So therefore, so if the guy had a minimum of 8 on it, then
no. Listen. He might that might be the only bid sitting on it, and he might not have an automatic higher bid on that. He might just have said, "I'll pay 7,301 for it."
Gotcha.
So if you want to buy it, it's going to cost you £100 more. So you've got to put a minimum of 7,401.
Sure. But if I put $8,000 on it yesterday, would we be going through all this, or would that say you have to pay more than $8,100?
It may sit at $8,000 until another half hour, and then someone else will go, "Oh, that's easily worth 8.5," and they'll bid the 8.1.
Right. Okay. No, I'm just curious because I want to know if I put a bid down of $8,000 flat, whether other people will know or not.
Yeah, but they'll know that there's a much higher bid because they'll go, "Oh, I'm gonna see if I can get it for 5," and they'll type in
5, and they'll say, "Sorry, it has to be more than 8." Ah, yeah. Got you. Okay. Well, it's. I still think that people have got to their limits and now they're considering their options now, and they're going to wait because it's 1 hour to go.
In fact, what was the initial bid on this?
£100. £100.
Okay.
There was no. Right, the biggest one
listen,
was
if you put $8,000 on it last night.
Yeah.
You would currently be winning it at 7,300, for example, or 7,400, whatever it is.
Sure, 301.
And then the next bod that goes, "Oh, I'll have a go," and it'll just keep going until it gets to your $8,000.
Yeah, but my question is here. It's telling you here.
8,100, they will then be winning.
But my question is, what about this? It says if you want to pay a maximum bid, you have to be more. You have to be 7,401 or more because somebody's.
Tim, it goes up in £100 increments. So.
Okay, I get that, but if somebody else has placed an $8,000 bid, will that automatically say £8,000 and £100?
No, it will go 7. It will be 7,401.
Even if someone else has put a maximum bid of $8,000 on it.
Yeah. You won't just jump to $8,000. It goes up in increments. So you will win it at 7.4, unless someone else then comes in, and if they bid 7.5, then it'll jump to your 7, and then they'll have to bid 7.6 until they get to your 8. Yeah. God.
Okay, no, I get it. This is why it's so fun.
Oh my God,
we have 1 hour 10 minutes of left.
Just remembered I've got a really important thing I've got to do in another room.
Yeah. Harry Carey. Right, I've just realised the music stopped. Look, there we go. Right, so we're back. We've got 1 hour 8 minutes to go. Someone's come out of the gate from 0 and said, right, I'm going to have this. So They could have been watching it for 3 days like me, checking out all the bidders, looking at the numbers, and had a budget and have gone, right, I'm going to put it in an hour before.
Anyway, look, you're repeating yourself now. On a more interesting note, what I'm going to do, when I finish work tomorrow, I'm taking a SWA meter with me to work.
Right.
You know the cheap little mag mount springy antenna we've got for the UHF, VHF, their dual band job is, the cheap ones.
You mean like this?
Yeah, the skinny wire one.
What? How long? I mean, this is a 4G one, but it's only that long.
Yeah, but it look, you know, the ones that look like that, but they're for VHF, UHF. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to see what frequency those are actually resonant on tomorrow, because I bought an SMA PL259 adapter, so I'm actually going to put it on full power and check the resonant frequency of it, because I don't think it's anywhere near 446 if we're planning on using 446.
Well, I do have a 446 one and a 4G one.
But but do you actually know it's absolutely for 446, or was it just packaged 446 and untested?
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so that's the point.
Back to MIP.
So that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm going to see what the resonant frequency is on those, because if we're going to be using those antennas, we really want to tune them so that they are working as efficiently as possible on the band that we're using.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point. If you want to pay £200 for a Uniden PMR tuned antenna, that's why you're paying £200 for it, because it's been tuned.
No. That's not true. A piece of coat hanger cut to the right length will be just as effective as a £200 Uniden antenna.
What about the? Yeah, but there's coils.
Look, you don't need the only reason that's got a coil in it is so it can be dual band. So it's a half wave on.
I thought it was to have more gain.
No.
So where does the gain come from then? Like a 4 dBi gain, blah blah blah.
The point of that coil. It's all Oh god, it's complicated. We're going down.
You see, you've got to be careful with Pandora's box. You see, because otherwise I'm going to jump down another rabbit hole, and you'll be like, "Can we go back to auctions, please?"
Okay, so what it does, it makes in certain areas it'll make it an off-center dipole, so that makes it in some cases it will be a half wave on the bottom and a quarter wave on the top, and that coil means that's a quarter wave up there and a half wave down there, and that's a quarter wave in that coil. So it's a half wave, a quarter wave, and a quarter wave, which
because apparently
so
that's
the bottom
what
of that
these
aerial
little doodads do on these, because this is what these little doodads do on this antenna. This is something to do with the fact that it's 4G rather than a 446.
Yeah.
Because it's almost the same length as the 446, but obviously 4G is like, a lot higher megahertz. So
I'm trying to think what megahertz it is. What
depends on the band. It's about 2.3. They do 900 megahertz. They do all the way up to 3. Depends on the country. Apparently, the UK is similar to the Australia, because I'm using an Australian Telstra modem, and the checking on the bands, because they basically categorize them as numbers. So you've got channel 23, channel 1, channel 7, and channel 8 for the UK, and then America will have channel 9, 10, 11. But if you buy, for example, an iPhone in Hong Kong, it's got global bands. It's got all of them, so 1 to 23. Whereas if you buy a UK iPhone, it will only have a certain amount of bands. It won't work in Singapore, for example. So,
if you remember in the old days, it was like the before we had global roaming, you'd have different category cell phones that would work here and would work in Europe, but they wouldn't work in the States, and they wouldn't work in, I don't think, Australia.
Because back in the day, when I first moved to China, the phones were still analog. They were like 900 megahertz analog. They weren't they weren't GSM. They weren't digital. CDMA, I think they called it, didn't they? GSM or CDMA. They were analog. So when you used to walk down, you used to get the... But it was really good because you could kind of still hear what people were saying. And then it would jump off. It would jump onto the next antenna, and then your call quality would come back again. But digital, it was like it up, and you'd lost, and it would be like you'd lose. You couldn't work out what they were saying.
So it's kind of all or nothing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on or off, isn't it?
Right, I've got to go and have a word with Mother Nature. You talk amongst yourselves.
Well, you know I'm going to be talking about
probably. That's a subject that hasn't been spoken about much today.
Oh, I'm telling you, this is 7003. I said 8 originally. I think it's going to go 9 or 10. There's a couple of people in this group that really want this car. I think we've got an hour left. I'm curious to see how much it's going to go for. So, it's an interesting one. It's a Vogue SE V8 long MOT, 6 services in its lifetime. 153,000 miles. Let's see. We've got literally almost 1 hour left on this. It's exciting. Whoever's still on the line watching this 3.5 hour stream, you are legends. So, yeah. I'll tell you, the pound's going up in value. Not a good sign when all your stuff is in foreign currency. The pound's doing well. Strong against the yen. Right, let's see where we are. Well, it's the end of the month as well, isn't it? So it's the 1st of May, 1st of March tomorrow. We've got 3 or 4 people in that bidding list that are seriously, they've made multiple bids. A couple of people have probably set up a limit, but I haven't. I've no way of knowing what it is. And then a couple of guys have come in from zero and just placed a 7 odd grand bid, and I've got a feeling this could go for 9 or 10 grand if those guys are really serious about it. There's an hour left. In the last 10 minutes it's going to go mental, I've got a feeling. So I'm quite curious to see how, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if this Range Rover shows up on a YouTube channel in the coming weeks, when they say, oh, I bought the cheapest 2010 Land Rover in the UK, blah 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 blah, and they're going to make a YouTube channel about it. So that would be funny. Keep an eye on the registration. It has got a full MOT till it's just had an MOT done. I did an MOT check on it. It's had some advisories. I think it possibly could have had a new windscreen, because it did have an advisory regarding windscreen chips. So that could be an issue if they haven't replaced it with a proper windscreen, because those windscreens are heated apparently. So yeah. Let's see what happens. This is like children in need. We're literally 58 minutes into this auction. 58 minutes left. I've been watching this for about 3 days, this Range Rover. So I decided I was going to do a live stream regarding, because I worked out when the auction was going to finish, and it kind of ties into the time of the live stream. The time in the UK right now is 8 p.m. So at 9 o'clock tonight, GMT, it'll all be over. They think it's all over. It is now. So yeah, people are watching this. This isn't in Bishop Stortford. This is in Reading. This one. So it's from where I am. It's about, well, not where I am now. From where they are, it's Reading, Bath Road in Reading. Bishop Stortford is the same amount of time from my house to there as it is from my house to here. I just basically have to go around the M25, M3, M4 to Reading, or around the M25 up to my junction on the M25 is Leatherhead. So I live near Dorking. Not at the moment, but when I'm at home, I do. So I was hoping to fly into Gatwick Airport, but they don't fly from here to Gatwick anymore, which is annoying because they had a direct flight from here to Gatwick, which was like 10 minutes from my house. So I just literally get picked up at Gatwick, and within 10 minutes I'm at home having a cup of tea, which is brilliant. But now I've got to fly to Heathrow, so that's like an hour and a half around the motorway. Yeah, there you go. I thought that was Slough. David Brent was from Slough, wasn't he? Slough Industrial Estate. And if you're talking about the American office, then that was where Joe Biden's from, in North Connecticut. I've forgotten. Wernham Hogg, wasn't it? Where was he from? Well, Paul's camera's done one. I'm trying to think where it was in the American version. Not Stanford. It wasn't Stanford. Yeah, well, I have to go through Red Hill to get onto. I actually passed my actually Red Hill is A23, M23 way. Basically Dorking and you have to go across from Red Hill to Leatherhead. You go across. I don't know. Yateley, don't know. Possibly. No, the American one was. It begins with an S. It's not Stanford. It was where Joe Biden's from. In New York. Something like that. I can't remember. We're still at 7,300, folks. We've got 54 minutes to go. People are biding their time. They're discussing with their wife. They're trying to get extra money. They're working out finances. Don't forget this. This is a classic YouTube track in the background. You've heard this track on countless blogs. The tax on this Range Rover is 580 quid. It's top tax bracket. So insurance, God knows, but you're talking another grand on top for tax and insurance when you bought it, and then it's 120 quid to fill it up. I think it's a 90 litre tank. No, not Salem. No. Salem is it's near. Basically, it's 2 hours away from New York. You can drive to New York from that place. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's not Stanford. It's not Springfield. I'll remember it in a minute. You know what I could do, couldn't I? I could type it into Google. Let's see what it is. Let's see. Scranton. Scranton. There you go. That's what it was. Ah. Scranton, Pennsylvania. So it's a couple of hours drive from New York. Yeah, I knew it was an S. Still at 7,003. Let's do a refresh, see where we are. All the excitement. Still at 7,3. I think Paul's just gone to buy it. The countdown has now changed to red. I'm expecting another couple of bids. To be honest, I don't think anyone's going to bid right now until 10 minutes in. Because it's going to be the last 10 minutes. It's going to go Connecticut, yeah. No, it's Pennsylvania. Scranton, Pennsylvania. But Fairfield is in Connecticut. Fairfield is in Connecticut. But Scranton is in Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's quite interesting to actually watch. Well, it is for me because I'm going to be doing this process sometime in the year. But like I said, I think it's going to be the last 10 minutes is going to be the deciding factor on who buys this. For a boy from Eton. So this, like I said, a lot of people think that, because the reason I'm so curious about eBay bidding is because I've tried to buy something off eBay. Halifax was Nova Scotia. Halifax is Nova Scotia. Fairfield is Connecticut, USA. Fairfield, Connecticut, and Halifax, Nova Scotia. I learn all the places from movies and television. Dayton. Dayton is a city in Ohio, which is quite famous. Dayton, Ohio. Yeah, as I was saying, the reason I like to know so much about the bidding process is because I've lost so many bids because I just bid too early and people just went poof. What you have to bear in mind is this time. Once this time goes to zero, all bets are off. That's it. Time's up. So the time you place your bid and the number you put in is quite crucial, because if you beat somebody by 10 seconds because they couldn't click the mouse fast enough, then in theory you've won it. So let's see what happens. Boulder is another good place. Boulder, Colorado. Boulder, Colorado. Oh, I think Paul's back. Paul's picked up a mic.
I've been working on the...
there he is.
I would pick up... Oh, there it is. Yeah, I mean, just drop the mouse.
We are literally in the red now. The countdown is 49 minutes. No bids since the 7,300 so far. Everyone's waiting. They're working out their highest bid. They're working out when they're going to pull the trigger. I think it's going to be to the last 10 minutes.
I've been working on the merch for the channel.
For fucking Jesus. Are you going to sell a dog on a string as well? Blimey.
They'll be queuing up for these, I tell you.
Well, they probably would.
We do the small ones and we do the large.
Right. You know Tim's going to want one now, don't you? Now that you've shown them off.
Oh, it's quality.
Full
so
fats.
Don't forget, when we launch the business, I want to be head of design.
Well, you're a bit late now because the T-shirts and the fucking banners are already done.
Yeah, well, I did the mugs.
Oh, dear.
Oh, there's been no movement on it then?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm doing a commentary. I reckon it's going to be the last 10 minutes because nobody's going to want to put in a bid right now because there's 15 people bidding on it.
They're biding their time, damn it, Janet.
So everyone's thinking, okay, let's say all the $5,000 guys, they've only got $5,000, right? There's definitely somebody who's serious about this car because he came in straight at $7,000. So he's a late bidder. He's probably found it and gone, oh, that's worth $7,000. Bosh, put it straight on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, more interestingly, I need.
What do you mean more interesting? Is there anything more interesting than currently what we're talking about?
Yeah, strapping my kayaks and my canoe to the roof of my car.
Right. What's the options for roof racks?
Well, I've got a rack because I was looking at all the safari racks and they're £1,000. So anyway, I actually bought some L322 Land Rover original bars that bolt. There's little flaps. There are on each side. There are 3 flaps that you pop up, and then the bars just drop in. I've got 2 bars. I think you could put 3 on if you really wanted to.
Right.
Yeah, and it literally just bolts straight on, and they're rated to 150 kilos, and my canoe's only, I think, 35, 40, maybe 40 kilos max. But that's going on for the road trip.
Right.
I've
I'm
no idea yet.
I'm just putting the address in the email address in the chat. So if anybody wants to hit Paul up for free mugs with handwritten logos on, then feel free to send an email to fullfatodyssey@gmail.com.
And interestingly, I did put them through the dishwasher, and that permanent marker isn't permanent. So Sharpie comes off in the dish.
That's an extra. That is a feature, not a bug. So that costs an extra £5.
No, totally. It means
that
you
is
can
a feature,
upgrade,
not a bug.
You can basically add any of your favourite channels on there. I might even chuck in a Sharpie with it.
I was just going to say Sharpie not included, but go ahead, carry on.
Well, I've got one spare one downstairs. So
you know what I can't get are the big full fat Sharpies, because ideally you want a full fat Sharpie on a full pack mug, don't you? You know the one I mean, don't you? The chisel, the chisel Sharpie, the big fucker, the big the big Sharpie.
They don't write so well on round objects.
Because I've got the multiple edge one with the thin and the thin.
Oh, that's a bit fancy pants. I mean, the chisel one's very good for you if you want to be writing cursive.
Do you want to know what Sharpie is in Chinese?
Sharpie?
Yeah. And I actually invested in a silver and gold Sharpie because I got fed up of trying to write on things like that because I was losing the will to live trying to find out what each of these stupid 5-volt adapters were for. So I just basically I write on everything now.
Well, for Mother's Day, about 3 or 4 years ago, I bought my mum the full set. The full set of Sharpies. With
the also the I have got the fluorescent ones as well.
Yeah, it came with fluorescent.
Yeah.
But my word, it was not cheap.
They are not cheap.
But they are good.
Yeah, they are the best. I mean, I tell you what also is very worth their weight in gold is Sound Engineers fluoro tape for wrapping around microphones. Now the camera doesn't pick up the justice of this. These are like fluorescent pink, orange, but the camera doesn't really do it justice. But yeah, fluorescent tape. Also very expensive.
Well, I tell you, I don't know if we're going to make it to Wales, but should we happen to make it to Wales, have a look at while you're sitting there waiting on this change. Have a look at Lynn Briani Dam.
Right.
I think it's LL.
I'm going to do it on another.
YN.
I'm going to do it on another screen up here.
Okay. But it's actually spelled LLYN and then Briani, BRIANNI, I think it is. There's years. I haven't been there for over 20 years. But I went with a certain
Reservoir.
Yes.
BRERNING. Yeah. How long does it take to walk around Lyngby Arnley? About 2 hours, somebody says. Wow.
Yeah, it's quite big, but there's a lovely architectural dam at one end. And
Yeah, I can see it.
I'd like to chuck the boat in. I mean, not necessarily on this road trip, but at some point I'd like to.
Would the rest of the stream like to see what I'm talking about? That's what we're talking about, baby. Is that the... Oh, God. Is that the dam you're talking about?
Yeah, I think so. It's been a while. Oh no, that's Limbrenic. No, you want Briani? BRIANNI. I think it is. There's a lot of reservoirs and dams in Wales.
BR what? One more time.
BRIA. There you go. That one.
Ooh.
Oh, I spelled it wrong anyway.
Well, doesn't really matter because I'm dyslexic, so you could have said PY dog Y
So
gamma
you
gamma.
see that slope there? There's videos on YouTube of people BMXing and skate. Yeah, there's videos of people BMXing and kayaking and skateboarding down it.
Right.
But it's a lovely area and some lovely roads.
Well, put it on the list because we've got some time, somewhere, some way. We need to have an idea of where we're going to go.
Yeah, but that's quite a trip into the Wales and then back around to head up. So we might have to think about doing that another time.
Well,
Maybe.
yeah, I guess so. It's going to be. It's definitely going to be. There's going to be shitloads of options. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. We just want good weather. If it's the occasional shower, not a problem. If it's pissing down miserable every day, that's going to put a damper on things. But we'll see what happens. It's not really much.
Yeah, but as long as it's not. Thing is, as long as it's not cold, we can still cook outside. We can barbecue.
Yeah.
I've got a massive gazebo we can take. It's a 3.5 by 4.5 meters, I think it is. It's
Perfect.
an unusual dimension, but it's one of those fold out.
Yeah.
It collapses in and then stuff. And
but
things.
It's waterproof, right? It keeps the rain off you. Yeah. So that's all you need. Fry your sausages. Keep the rain off.
You
couple of fold out
set
tables
it up somewhere in a field. Set it up and use it as a sit down base. Cook. Yeah. Socialise. Edit. We'll do you want to do.
We'll do a tailgate session.
Well, you know what? I suspect we may well be able to back the cars up to it and open the boots into it.
Well, that's what I thought.
I'd have to set it up and have a check on the height.
Yeah. 40 minutes left, man. This is really quite exciting. 7,300. If he gets it for 7,003, then I'd be like, I will do a search for a 2010 high mileage Vogue SE. I will do a search for that. Because if I can get the same kind of vehicle for that money, then I'll be happy with all the gizmos and gadgets and doodahs and whatnots. And to be honest, if I got the 2010, I wouldn't need to change the dash because it would have decent connectivity anyway with Bluetooth and shit like that. So, and regarding the GPS, we'd be using Apple Maps or Waze anyway, so it doesn't matter. So, and I'll have Wi-Fi in the car, so there won't be any problems with connection.
That'd be perfect. Well, yeah. I mean,
Let's see.
If you're feeling brave, we could even do a live stream on a stretch of water. Go out on the boat.
Fucking Jesus! A live stream of me drowning.
Push the boat out too. So once in a lifetime. You know the year that you left for China when you rang me and I was sat on the side of Loch Ness, I borrowed a friend's tender for their yacht and we went out on Loch Ness with a couple of cigarettes.
Right.
And I took my video camera, and my God, I never realised how big the waves could get on Loch Ness.
On a loch?
We got a bit scared. And we had a little outboard motor. It was a quite an experience. Unfortunately, I've lost the tapes. I've done the classic and recorded over them.
Right. That's mental. So 9 o'clock is the cut off for this. 9 o'clock on a Sunday night. The guys, a lot of the blokes are going to be chatting to their wives. Can you borrow another 400 from your missus, from your grandma? Then I can put a bid down for $8,000. Let's wait until 10 minutes thing and they'll see how we do it. Shall we do it? The beauty of this is you can put a bid down, you can win it, you could go for a test drive and still say you don't want it. You're not obligated, which is the beauty of it, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's great. As long as you don't waste their time, you just say, sorry, it's not for me. It's got an oil leak that I'm not happy with, or I've just whatever. You know? But what they don't like is people, because you're supposed to let them know within 48 hours of you winning the bid, so they can arrange a doodah with it. Are you gonna place a bid by yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice kayak. Oh, well, that was good. Was that transition?
Yeah.
There you go. Look at this. I'll tell you what, we're going to start having to charge for the streams if we just carry on with this content.
Look at that. That was June last year. What a cracking day that was.
Do you think you can we get days like that in August, do you think?
God, yeah. Yeah. Last year was fantastic.
In August?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, let's pencil August in then. Because
I'm September, we've had some cracking late evenings, still warm. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what we're going to have to do, penciling in. I think June the 21st is lockdown over. I think June, July, and the first 2 weeks in August is going to be mayhem in the UK. Everyone's going to be going mental.
Yeah.
So we need to obviously bear that in mind. And then a little bit nearer the time, once we know things are okay, then I'll start booking up hotel rooms.
Do you like Jay's B-roll? This is all Jay's B-roll.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. I saw this video. I love this video.
Yeah.
That video and also the cookout in the fire pit, the sausages in the fire pit in the sand, and then also the frying pan on the rocks. Those two videos I liked.
That was quite, yeah.
But to be honest, anywhere that's got a frying pan full of sausages is pretty bang on, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
Is this West Wittering, right?
Yes, it is.
Right. And that is this the sea or is this a lake or
it's the sea.
A dam. It's the sea,
the estuary,
right?
so it's where it. Yeah, it's the sea.
Because it's very calm.
Yes, it can be very rough, but it was a perfect day for it.
Were you scouting out drowning opportunities during that trip?
I forgot to take.
Have you programmed the GPS for? You've been checking depths already. So we're coming into half an hour, guys. I mean, if it stays at 7,300 and there's no other bids, I will be very surprised. But I've got a feeling this is going to go to 9. It's always going to hit 8. I've always said it will hit 8. I've always said 8, but I'm now looking at it. I now think that it's going to hit 9 because there's a few people in there that genuinely want this car. But let's see.
I think we've got a good. I think there'll be 2 bids in the next 20 minutes, and then there'll be a flourish for the next sort of 5, and then the last 5 minutes there will be between 2 bidders, I reckon, and it'll be bump,
100, 200, 300, 400, like that kind of thing, right?
Maybe, yeah. And those, do we ascertain they're 20-inch rims on that? Are they?
They're the 20s, yeah.
Yeah.
So it ticks all the boxes really. Apart from the colour, it's a little bit gangster, but it's okay. I mean, it does tick all the boxes. Rear privacy glass, 20-inch rims, digital dashboard.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll sum it up for you. My mum's neighbour's son turned around and said I look like a drug dealer.
Yeah, but you've got a green one. Imagine what you look like in this. You look like the drug. You look like the drug dealer's boss. I mean, the black one is serious gangster. But yeah, no, I'm fine with the Range Rover image in that respect. But yeah.
Well, I think as long as we wear a gold bracelet and wear like leather moccasins,
sure. And call each other fam.
You
have
fam.
to call each other fam.
Roadman.
Hello, fam. Yeah, fat boy
Jay
fam.
Jay did go for a stage of that.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? I thought that was hilarious.
Because I haven't got YouTube up. Have we still got Tim, or has he fallen asleep?
Yeah, Tim's still alive, but he's obviously heard all our shit before, so it's like yeah, whatever. But he likes your mug, by the way. So
I mean, who wouldn't?
I've given him the email address, so
that'll be next week's giveaway.
Yeah, exactly.
So while we're on the subject, talk about antennas. So the only good thing that came out of my rats in the loft, some of the scrap cable that came out, I made a Moxon antenna.
Nice. That's funny.
Yeah. So what it is essentially, it's a bent dipole, but with the red one's a reflector.
Oh right, okay. So the red one has to be mounted as well as the black one.
It has to be mounted 7mm away, but directly behind it, and it's moderately directional and allegedly 5 dBi.
The problem with that is the engineering to mount them is a pain in the backside.
Oh yeah. I mean, this I just did this because I was bored. I was sat here waiting for the sparks to finish, and I thought what I could do is mount it on that, that corrugated plastic. It's like a card.
Right. Yeah.
I could actually just mount it on that, and then I could just gaffer tape it to a post, to a pole when camping or whatever, when we're at the beach. This is purely like base station.
Yeah.
Ready.
Well, I'm quite surprised that the old Mars rover sending back all that 4K footage and all those things of its jerks, even sound files it's sending back. It's not going to be able to come back until 2026.
Well, it hasn't got far to go because it's actually based in a studio just about 50 miles down from where they launched it.
You said the same one they did Mandalorian. They're borrowing the screen from Sony.
Exactly.
Well, it's been epic, guys. It's now 3 hours and 48 minutes into the stream. We've got under half an hour left on this bid. It's standing at 7,300. We think it's going to go mental in the last 10 minutes. I think it's going to top 8 grand, possibly 9, even 10. I think my cap for this car would have been 8 grand. I would have been happy with 8 grand to buy. If I'd have paid any more than 8, I'd probably have a little buyer's remorse, if I'm honest. But let's see. If it tops out at 7,300, then I shall be putting in bids of 7.5 grand all day long for the next one that comes up of the same similar spec. And if the Reading company has a couple of Range Rovers every week to sell, I'll just keep clicking back to their sites, and just Just seeing. I think you're right. I think this is a trade-in, and the Land Rover garage has just auctioned them all off at the same time. Just like, yeah, get rid of them. Somebody's updated it to a newer model or something. Well, there we go. Oh, that's Storage Wars.
Yeah.
Storage Wars. Oh, I love these guys.
There we go. Yes. So, yeah.
Yeah, still, I've looked at a couple of those Storage Wars. It's quite funny because you can get a lot of crap in those places, but you can get some gold. But usually, 9 times out of 10, it is a load of crap.
Well, what I find interesting is how they managed to do the same show with the same guy in the UK, where actually it is illegal to seize and sell, even if you haven't paid the bill. They cannot seize and sell your goods without going through major court pain in the arse.
Well,
so it's all set up.
Yeah, I think it's done from the UK side, from the USA, because USA they're allowed to do that, but UK they're not.
Yes, they are.
But so, as a recap for the 15th time.
Oh God! So if I put in a bid of
7,401, it becomes mine if everyone else dies of boredom.
Unless the current winning bidder hasn't gone with a higher ceiling of $8,000.
Let's see.
Because if you bid 7.4,
yeah,
the number he would still be in the running. It'll just jump to 7.5, and then you'd put 7.6, and his would jump to 7.7. And then you'll go 7.8. His would jump to 7.9.
So it does it in increments. It does it in 100 increments.
How many times do I keep?
There you see. Penny drops. Finally, now I understand why the $8,000 number doesn't show up. Because they're trying to save you money.
And not trying to save you money, but yeah.
Well, they're trying to encourage you to say, look, you can put $8,000, but we're not going to spend it all at once.
It's an auction. It's down to whoever wants it most. If it was a buy it now, then they would want a price, and they would say, right, give us your $8,000. We want $8,000 for it, or we want $10,000 for it.
Right, but
this way,
the website is called Cars with No Reserve, so you can't have a buy it now price. That's the whole point, because if you're lucky, you can get it for $5,000.
There's a psychology with the auction, and it gets you caught. In a moment.
Well, look at me. I'm on the edge of my seat.
House with a friend who was bidding for something they didn't even want.
Hello.
And they got caught in a loop, and actually they ended up getting out of it at the end. It was a real scam thing. I'll tell you about that another day.
I bought a pair of skis.
They got caught in this loop, and I was looking at him going, "What are you doing?" And he's going, "Oh no." I was, yeah, bid.
Put your fucking hand down.
Yeah, I know it was crazy, but you get caught in there's like an atmosphere.
Well, that's how they sell houses. Have you seen Homes Under the Hammer? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's a reserve for $20,000. You think, $20,000 for a house? Fucking hell. It sells for 290.
Yeah. But that day that you're at that auction, the 3 people that would have had it for 290 might not have made it.
Sure.
And they might have bought something like 2 auctions before.
Sure.
You might have that lucky day where you do get it at a steal.
Well, that's what I mean. Like I said earlier on, while you were taking a piss, is if this goes for $7,000, this car could be on YouTube next week. Somebody said I bought the cheapest Range Rover 2010 in the UK.
Yeah. I mean, look, I bought a £200 jacket, and I paid 18 quid for it. It was the middle of summer. Clearly nobody wanted a jacket that time of year. And it sat there. And I thought, do you know what? I've already got one. I could do one I can use for work. It's a spare. And I thought, I'll pay 40 quid for it. And I got it for 18. But then I've looked again since just to see what the prices are, and they rock around the 60 to 80 to £100 mark.
Now the thing is, I'd never have that problem because I can't fit in most jackets, so I can't do that because they won't be my size. So I don't need to worry about it. But
well, that's where you can cash in on the clothing, because I've seen quite a lot of extra large stuff, and of course there aren't loads of people that need an extra large Barber jacket, for example.
Yeah, because I'd probably be 3X for a Barber jacket, not an extra large. I'd be probably 3X Barber.
I think we'll have to get you a tent. I don't know if they go for triple X and Barber. I'm just going to have a quick look, see what Barber jackets they've got, nice second-hand ones.
20 minutes, man. 22 minutes left. There's not any bids left. I think the last 10 minute.
They're all sitting there looking at it.
I know. Wouldn't it be funny if they're watching this stream?
I guarantee almost all 18 of them, however many there are, even the ones that dropped out ages ago, they're going to want to know what it went for.
Yeah, for sure. Unless they just put a bid in, whatever, and then they'll get a notification via email. But, you know.
Right, so there's a Barber limited edition. Oh, that's a bit weird. It's a children's XXL wax jacket. How can that be?
Children's XXL.
That's a complete contradiction. Right, so there. See, look, classic. There is an XXL Barber. Well, reserve not met. It's got a £50 buy it now price, and that's probably £180 worth of jacket.
Oh, fair enough. Boondockers. Are Boondockers live streaming at the moment?
Do you know what? I don't think I've ever watched Boondocker. Cause I'm getting a bit clenchy now. I want to know what this is going to go for.
I don't know. I definitely think it's going to shoot at the last 10 minutes. It's going to be boom, I think. But I'm just trying to work out how high it's going to go, because 8 grand is what I would pay for it, and that's quite high. I mean, not high for this car, but it's quite a lot of money, and it's a very high mileage car. So it could be a bomb waiting to go off, you know.
But that's just a tenth.
Oh, for sure. It's lost so much money in its life. I mean,
crazy, isn't
the
it?
person who bought that new is crying right now. And that was only 10 years ago. Don't forget that Panamera that my ex bought. That was only 2013. That was only 3 years. And that was what did she pay for that? 160 grand? Because she had to pay, it was about 80 grand UK price, but she had 100% tax on it. So it's like, because it was imported, it was German.
Oh, of course.
So 108, 170 grand car. Insane.
What a waste of money.
Well, it's the face. That's how much they take it. It's that she always wanted one. It was the face thing. But it's like,
if you want to drive really nice cars like that, you need to work in a dealership, and then
you need to rent them. You need to fucking rent them. Get a new car every 3 months. It's like, there's no way. Give the depreciation to someone. The problem is though, if you rent a car, you always feel like you're just borrowing it. Whereas if you buy one, whatever you do to it is your car, I like that feeling. If I want to put a stereo in it, if I want to put a battery in the back, I do whatever I want. Customize it, have some fun. Oh, so yeah. I mean, I've never watched their channel, if I'm honest. They've been around the scene a lot, but I haven't watched their channel.
Who's this you're talking about?
In the chat, Tim mentioned the Boondockers. Apparently
Yeah, I
they're
don't
doing a
think I've
live
ever
stream.
watched.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan, if I'm honest.
I did watch Steve Wallace's sleeping in a storm drain.
I saw the what's it for that,
Yeah.
but I haven't opened it yet. 18 minutes
I don't
left.
know.
He is
I'm
funny,
half
but
tempted
he's
just for kicks to do it with Jacob, but
well. The thing is, he's running out of ideas because he's done everything apart from sleeping up a tree and on a clothesline. He's pretty much done everything else. But but he has got a lot of channel subscribers. I like Foresty Forests. I'm really into his stuff because he's doing a van build at the moment, at the same time as he's camping in it. So he'll put together a little shelf with his little 12-volt hand tools.
Okay.
Inside the van as he's doing
I haven't
it.
followed him.
Foresty
I think I'll have a look at that when I go to
Forest,
bed.
he lives in a van. Foresty Forest. He's got a little theme tune that someone's done
Oh,
for
is
him.
he? I'm going to have to have a little listen right now.
Foresty Forest. It's brilliant. Oh, Tim Timoney knows Foresty Forest. He's a great guy. Mellow guy. He climbs mountains. He just goes up in, I think it's northern California, northern America, or I think it could even be Canada. I don't know where he is, but he's got a crock pot in his thing. He's got a lot. Foresty Forest, he lives in a van. Foresty Forest. There you go. There you go. Oh, British Columbia. British Columbia is in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's right north of Canada. Right, we've got 16 minutes left on this fucking thing. I'm going nuts, man. I'm at the edge of my seat. 7,301. There's got to be the last 10 minutes. People are going to go boom, 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 and it's going to go up to. Your guess is as good as mine. I'm saying 8 minimum.
They're sitting in the front room, right? And he or she's going, well, what do you think? What do you think? Well,
because it's a big purchase.
What can you afford? What do you think? Oh.
No, because this is the kind of purchase you have to talk to your missus about. This is not a small thing. This is not a washing machine or a widescreen telly. This is an $8,000 car. So this is a big purchase. So there's going to be discussions. There's going to be kids are going to be involved. It's going to be it's going to be mental. The kids are going to be like, no, you've got to leave it to the last minute, Dad. I've watched these things. So it's going to be mental. I'm still thinking the last 10 minutes, even maybe the last 5 minutes, it's going to go doof, 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 doof. Unless somebody...
The last 2 minutes.
Well, yeah. It could even be the last 10 seconds, but it could be...
Look, honestly, Tim, I've missed out on stuff on the last second, and I've had my finger poised, and I'm thinking, I've got it. I've won it.
Well, that's what I thought.
And then they've got that last bid in, and I wasn't quick enough.
Sure. Well, they
what I should have done, I should have just amended my bid to 10 quid or 20 quid more, just on the off chance.
Well, the thing is now everybody's got the number typed into their browser, right? Everyone's got what they think it's going to be, and they're going to leave it to the last second because whoever gets the highest bid on the last second, because you told me yesterday that time is the everything. Once that timer goes to 0, that's it.
That's it.
Whatever's last in the thing.
The gavel goes down.
It's mental, man. 14 minutes. Who's excited?
That's all you're going to get now is loads of 15-second...
That's like the what's it to the game show, like, and now for the what's it round.
Yeah, it is.
I like the. Okay, how's this for an insult? Rampant hedonistic mongers. That's funny.
Rampant hedonistic mongers. Who's that?
Well, Tim's just described somebody in the chat as a rampant hedonistic monger. That could be your ringtone. We got 30 minutes left. We got Full Fat Techno. Full Fat Odyssey. Coming at you live. This could be one of the wagons in the convoy. I tell you what, if I'm going to keep an eye on this reg, right? And if it turns up on social media, I'm going to drop them a line and then point them into the direction of this live stream, and then say to them, "Hey, look, we want to come up and meet you in August, and then do a little post-auction interview on how you came about to get it." That'll be funny. So funny.
I've got to. I need to cut that sample up so I can actually.
Yeah, you need to put it on.
At the moment,
you need to put it on.
You can't cut samples in caustic. I was just doing that on my tablet.
You have a PC with Fruity Loops on it.
Yes, but not when I'm sitting in the car 20 miles away. I don't.
Well, 12-volt power supply and a monitor, you'll be all right. I'm sure we can take one of those Lenovo's mobile with us.
Oh yeah.
Will it fit in the glove box?
It would, but I'm half tempted just to buy a laptop just for the road trip.
Well, I'm thinking of a lot of things.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've got a 32-inch Bravia TV that we can take. I've got the Lenovo. As long as we've got an inverter. How much is an inverter to buy these days?
50 quid.
Well, there you go. Maybe we'll just take the Lenovo and the Bravia TV.
You can get a decent inverter, like 4,000 watt one for like 300 quid, but
yeah, I'm not.
You only need a 700 watt one for a telly. To be honest, I would even take the transformer out of it and just use the 12 volt side of the motherboard. Well, we're at 11 minutes, man. If this guy gets it for 7,003, I don't think. I mean, to be honest, all the action happens in the last 20 seconds, isn't it?
In my experience, it has.
I think even that Fire Stick that I bought, because I got to 10 minutes and I thought, oh, it's mine. And then 4 minutes in, it's like ping pong, ping pong, pong. I'm like, what the hell happened? So we're at 10 minutes.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't win the 180 million. I think that went to someone in Europe. So
a single person?
I believe so.
That is insane. I mean,
it is beyond insane.
20 million or 10 million or even 15 million is like mental money. 180 million, you could buy a country with that. You could buy one of the islands that, what's his name's got? But, yeah. Although saying that, Elon Musk bought 1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin the other day. So, I mean, that's ridiculous money. Honestly, this next couple of years, crypto is going to be insane. You don't know what people are buying now. People are buying game cards and things like that. And what they're doing is they're selling the provenance, but they're using the blockchain as a way of proof that you own the provenance to this thing. So people can bid on it and they can use it as a currency only because it's going through the blockchain. It's fascinating what they're doing. What people are I'll link you a couple of podcasts basically explaining it in very basic terms, and it's like
you have to be very basic for me to get it.
Well, also as Elon Musk linked to a YouTube video that was back in the day that was a very, very basic explanation of what Bitcoin was or what cryptocurrency was. But it's once you get it, it's like, oh, okay. It's basically just numbers and calculations. But it's ruining the PC build market because of the graphics cards, and it's ruining the currency market because nobody can control it. 8 minutes, man. This is insane. In the time it takes to boil an egg, somebody out there is going to win a Range Rover, and it's not going to be the guy who's got the current high bid. That must be the worst feeling, to realise that the guy that's got the highest bid at the moment and has put down £7,300 is not going to be the one to win the car. Because whatever happens, somebody else is going to bid higher, and he won't have enough time to counter bid, because he won't know how much the counter bid will need to be to win it. Because there'll be 10 people that's going to go pow, 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 and he'll be fucked. This is going to be such an anticlimax if it goes for 7.3. I'm going to be like, what is wrong? I'm going to be like, fuck, 7,004, fuck you. I'll fucking bid now. Anyway. Wow, I mean... Are you watching on YouTube stream, by the way?
No.
So you're watching? You're watching the website on your?
I've just got it on your Skype screen.
Oh right, because I'm thinking if there's any delay.
Well,
I don't think there would be.
Do you know what? I should have it on my tablet. Really, that would make more sense, seeing as it's local.
6 minutes. The guy's probably thinking, "Fuck, I've got it. 7,300. I've got it." I'm curious. See, the reason I'm wanting to watch this is I'm curious at when do the guys start to bid, what number in time? Because if I can work that out, then I can say, right, I can know exactly what time to press my £8,000 bid.
Yeah.
And at least I can guarantee to get it. Because if I
presume you'll be in the country when you do that.
Well, yeah, it'll be a bit, unless I get completely down the rabbit hole, and I might just buy 7 of them tomorrow, just by mistake. I've just gone nuts and just clicked 7. I bought 7 Range Rovers, all in black.
I couldn't even have that box on the screen. I was just tempted to bang in some numbers.
Well, I mean, I'm just curious at when it starts to jump up, really, because that means that there's people watching. And they're deciding exactly when they're going to... Because they're going to say, right, I need to be the last person to bid before the time runs out, because that number will be mine. But...
See, I'm looking at that bid box, and I've got that feeling that you get when you're sitting on a bridge with your legs dangling, and I'm just leaning forwards. Do you
remember you used to do that at the top of the stairs? I did that once at the top of the stairs. Leaning forwards, and then... all the way. And then Mum's like, what was that noise? And you're at the bottom with a fucking broken head. Oh, that was funny. Because we pretty much had the same layout of house, didn't we, pretty much?
Yeah.
It was insane.
Yeah.
It's like cookie cutter. Mate, 4 minutes and 4... Are we here? Are we all in the house? Have we made it? Have we made it the 4 hours and 13 seconds this stream has been on?
You're literally 1 second behind. You're 1 second lag.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
That's not, considering where I am.
Yeah.
This is pretty amazing.
Speed of light, mate. Speed of light.
It is insane, isn't it? How everything's connected together. It's insane. The only thing what we need to sort out is, because like I said before, we're not going to be able to drive these kind of cars for much longer. They're going to be banned for sure. So it's going to be once in a lifetime. Do it, sell it. Oh, Timmy's doing some dramas.
I can't see the live chat, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh, I don't know. Tim's going to fill us in later. Apparently the Boondockers are doing a live stream. Tim's been either in the chat or in the live stream, not sure. But bit of a domestic going on, possibly. Let's find out later. We got 3 minutes left on this bidding. The whole stream has been about this. It's the final countdown, exactly. You're going to be hammering that all night. 3 minutes left. Now, this is when everyone's going to be like, what do I type in? What do I type in? Am I going to do it?
Look, they're like this. They're
honestly,
they're going,
you tell me. You've bid on stuff. When would you suddenly go, right, I'm going to bid on it? When would you do it?
Honestly,
down to the second?
Last 10 seconds, I'm on it.
Right.
Last 5.
If you wanted this car right now, what would be your number? Right now, that's the number. 7-3. What would you bid for it?
I'd put 8 in it.
You'd put 8.
Go 8.
Right.
I think it's, but I suspect whoever's, I reckon they've got 7.5 sitting there. And then
they're going to need 7. They're going to need 7.4 to even be considered.
Exactly.
2 minutes left. This is going to be down to the second. I guarantee it. There's at least 3 or 4 people in this bidding group that definitely want this car. Judging by their bidding history, I don't even want to click my mouse. It's like I'm not looking away from the screen. It's
but see, now I'm having that self-doubt. I'm thinking maybe everyone's gone, do you know what? I'm going to walk away from that because it.
Oh my God! If that's the case, I'm just going to put 7.5 in. Do you fancy a trip to Reading? Oh God!
Well, I know my dad's not busy tomorrow.
No, fuck that. This is just experience for me. But the fact that bid lasted, he put this bid in about an hour ago, the 7,300. And it hasn't changed for an hour. But I think we're Tim reckons 10,300. It's going to go to. Let's see. There's 1 minute left.
It's going to be no more than eight grand.
There's 15 bidders in the queue. There's at least 6 that definitely want it because they've placed multiple bids. Now we're 1 minute in. 59, 58.
I reckon it's going to go for 7.5, as I said in the outset.
Right, we've got 53 seconds. This is insane. If people are going to do it, they're going to do it now.
Yeah.
It's 46, 45. I mean, if you want it. Now the thing is, if you do a bid, has the guy got enough time to do a counter bid? That's the thing.
Yes.
He's got enough time.
I actually have it when I'm in the auction. I have it there ready just to hit confirm.
Right. Okay. So 30 seconds. I mean, you've got a second is enough to go on a website and click buy. That's all you need is 1 second. But multiple people, it's gonna. If it goes for 7.3, I'm gonna be so surprised. We got 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. 10 seconds. Oh, no way. No way. 10. Okay.
And this is where it suddenly jumps. That's it.
Oh my God.
There you go.
33 bids. The last guy bid at literally. Oh, wow. This guy came in from nowhere, put in a bid at 7.3. If I'd have bid 7.4, he would not have had time to counter bid me. If I'd have bid, if I'd have put 7.4 at 1 second to go, he would not have had time to outbid me.
No, because he might have said his highest bid might have been 7.5. So you type in
7.4, and then it would be okay. So then you'd go in 7.5. If I'd have typed in 7.5, he wouldn't.
His may have been 7.501. Sorry.
Right.
So he would have said 500 more than because it's going up in £100 increments.
Right.
So if you banged in 7.401 there. That's how much he would have won it for. You would still have been the lowest bidder because he's still got another £101 in the bidding.
Yeah. Well, that's a wake up call. That is because he put in a bid where the... No, he didn't come from nowhere. That's the thing. He put the bid down at least an hour ago. So there was all the people in that group, the 17 bidders in this group.
Yeah,
they all had chance to counter.
And do you know what they've all got in common, Tim?
What's that?
They're all chancers. They were all hoping to get it for stupid money because hoping nobody else would be interested in buying that car tonight.
So if I'd have put in $8,000 yesterday and just forgot about it, it would be mine right now.
Quite possibly. It depends. I mean, Jay, what's his name, Four might have said I can afford 8.5 on that, and they might have kept going until they're the winning bidder.
Sure. Okay.
You just don't know. You just don't know. But then his budget might have been 7.5 maximum.
Well, the thing is, he came in late.
Listen, his
placed
budget
that
might
bid.
only be 6.5 grand, and he might have said to someone, "Look, do you know what? Lend us £1,000. I'm gonna do it. I'll pay you back next month."
Fair enough. Well, that was a wake up.
He might have like you. He might have had a car budget that he could choose to adhere to. But actually, if he really wants it, he'll just go to his safe and go, "Do you know what? I'm going to take it out the mother savings account." And
Yeah, if he's one of those guys, sure. But to be honest with you, wouldn't those guys go to the auctions and buy it that way anyway?
No.
Would they buy it like this?
Dealers go to auctions. Generally, public don't generally go to auctions.
Exactly. So
only people that are really into their mechanicals and know what they're. You need to know what you're looking at with a car, don't you?
Well, even this car can bite you in the arse, if I'm honest with you. And again, the other car I'm looking at was actually the other one. Yeah, the other one I liked actually was the. Let's see.
Yeah,
the other one I liked.
You can contact the seller. You could ring them up and say, look, they're a dealer. Car dealers, they've got a margin and they've got an amount that they can afford to knock off for cash.
See, this is the one I like. This one here, the £6,000 one. It's the same. It's the same company as the £12,000 one. They've got two Range Rovers.
I really like the £6,000 one.
I think it's nice, but it's got higher mileage than the other one. 160,000 miles this puppy has.
The only thing that would worry that make me think there is maybe the turbos or the EGR valve would be the first one, wouldn't it?
So this is almost the same as yours.
Yeah.
Now the EGR valve should be changed at 100,000 miles.
Yeah.
So if they've been done already, now the thing is the EGR valves, they are a perishable item. They should be changed in a service. They're not set and forget.
No, but they're not cheap either.
Well, no, but it depends on how. My answer to that would be, if you were going to sell it, you'd sell it at 90,000 miles. You wouldn't sell it at 160. So you look at that dash; it's almost the same as yours. It's pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, look at it.
I
it's
think
beautiful.
and
it's got the dog guard.
Black.
And the privacy glass as well.
Actually, I must have a look. I don't think I saved any dog guards. L322 dog guard. Let's have a look.
Now, this garage offers an extended warranty.
Yeah, well, we looked at that the other day. I mean, it's only 3 months.
Yeah, just enough for the arse to fall out of the...
Exactly.
Now, this one's Leighton Buzzard. So, well, chaps, I'm very surprised at that. I think £7,000. I thought that was a bit of a steal, if I'm honest with you. If I'd have bought that for if I'd have bought that for £750, there's no bidding on this one. £6,000 flat. Now,
if you made them an offer, I think you get a few £100 off of it.
Because if I said I'll give you 5.5, I've got a beautiful Range Rover and I've got so much money left over to fix all the problems that it's going to have.
I reckon they'd maybe go 300 off it. I think I reckon you can negotiate maybe 250, 300 quid off of that.
So 5.7.
Yeah.
So 5.7, £1,000 on the EGR valves. That's
Well-
that's 6.7.
You know, if you get a chance tomorrow, ring them and say, what would you take for cash?
Yeah, but I'm fucking miles away and I don't have cash.
No. But it's just, I'm not saying go and buy it. I'm just saying just ring them up and ask them what they'd take. As if you pretend as if you are buying it, and that'll give you an idea if you go back to them.
Sure.
But they're car dealers. They're always willing to wiggle and
See,
waggle
I
the
don't
price.
know what the difference is between this and the 12 grand one, which is also from the same place.
Well, what's the 12 grand one? What year is it?
Well, look, I'm just gonna say it's the same. I think it's 2010. Here it is. So that's the first one, and this is their second one they've got.
What's the mileage on it? I can't see.
8,000.
80,000. Well, there you go. That's why.
It's
still
half
a
the
baby.
mileage.
Still a baby.
But it's an okay. So this is an immaculate example, but it's still 2009. It's still an old car. This is the.
Well, seeing as we've just seen one go, all right. So that one we just seen go high mileage, but looks shiny.
It's nice. It's a nice
Black's
one.
the worst colour. I know that.
I prefer. To be honest with you, mate, it's got the side steps as well, but it's not 12 grand to me. This car.
No.
This car doesn't shout 12 grand. The other one, if you say it cost me 6, it's like, wow, that's a deal. And then you spend another 3 getting it to. I mean, there might be rust we don't know about. That could be there might be rust we don't know about. This has got kind of a bit of a higher spec on it. It looks like it's got some Bluetooth thing here.
I was about to say, is that my Bluetooth dongle down there?
No, that's the keys. It's actually the keys.
Oh, right. Oh, are they the ones with the ignition in the center console then?
No, it's exactly the same as yours. The
Okay.
one in the center console is the 2010. That's one of the updates they did. Little tweak, and they changed. You see these LEDs here, these ones here. Well, you can't see because my photo's in the way, but
I can just see it peeking.
they are. Those ones there, and these ones here are all changed. They've got like a lighting pack in it on the 2010, and as you can see, the display is a digital display, not an analog. This is an analog one, same as yours. But still, 12 grand is like, wow, dude.
That's a lot of money. I mean,
for an old Range. Now the problem is, you see, what you've got to remember is, 80,000 is just up to the time where you have to do a major service, right? Cam belt, cam chain, all that kind of shit. If you get a car that's over 150 and all that stuff's already been done, then all the headache has been done by somebody else.
but that car might be absolutely mint.
It probably is. It probably is. That's probably why it costs so much money. But even this one's got the side doodahs on it. Look.
I don't like them. I think they're ugly.
Well, you can take them off, can't we? But I still do. I still like this.
I really like that
car.
colour. I think that's a real adult's car.
Yeah, look at the interior. It's almost the same. It's pretty much identical to yours, right?
It is, isn't it?
I mean, the steering wheel's a little bit worn.
Do you know that's the only thing in my car that's slightly worn is the steering wheel.
But
I
you can
think I'm gonna be the one
refurbish them.
that fucks up the seat.
Oh, is it? Honestly, you're going to be. Is the bolsters giving out?
No, but it's just the way I get in and out. Because
Right.
even for me getting out, it's a bit of a step. I think I'm going to start driving it from the passenger side just to put a bit of equal wear on that side.
This is I mean, I'd be happy to go down and pick that up.
I'd be more than happy to pick that up. I think that's a lovely, lovely, sleek. Well, it's a grown-up's car. Look at it. That's
Sure.
sexy. and the windows are tinted. I must get
So
my windows.
what I'm curious to know is, well, it has to be the age and the mileage, isn't it? It has to be the fact there's super miles on it.
What do you mean super miles? The only thing the miles is going to upset is the turbos. The engine should be good for 300, 400,000 miles.
Right. And so
the only thing that I'd be concerned about is the EGR valve and the turbos.
Right.
You're always going to have steering issues and wishbones because of the weight of the car. They're consumable parts. They should be changed anyway, right? They wear out just like your tyres do. So they should be. I've got a very slight clonking in mind that I think, come the August MOT. I think I'm going to have to get something replaced under there.
Sure.
But it's 3 ton. I mean, the Discovery is 2.5 ton. I mean,
3 ton. Fucking Jesus! You could run over babies and not even know.
But the difference. I was looking at one of my videos on the 360. You can hear the engine noise in the Discovery.
Right.
You can't hear the engine noise in the Range Rover. It's
just bizarre.
Well, you've heard it. You've heard how quiet it is.
And it's a diesel. Well, like I said, it's weird because that one again is a couple of years younger, and 152. This is 160, and it's 2007, so it's 3 years older.
Did you check the MOT history on it?
I haven't, no.
Hold on. Let me. Do you know all I seem to find on these? It's wear and tear underneath. It's always. Right. Okay.
Because you got to check. You got to check here for the rust, right? Like around that area.
Yeah, I see mine mint. My hatch is mint.
Brilliant.
Okay, right. Oh, keep that picture up there. So
DE57 HJJ.
So I'm just waiting for the site to open.
I did have a hotkey on my Stream Deck with the MOT thing, but it's on the Mac side.
DE57 HJJ. Right, so 4th of November 2020 it passed. And here you go, it's the same old near side rear tyre worn, close to the limit, usual. Offside rear tyre worn, offside rear brake pipe corroded. This is the same old usual.
It just goes through shit, doesn't it?
The indicator's discoloured. Near side rear discoloured.
Right.
1st of October 2020, so it failed in October on near front drive shaft joint CV joint, no longer, so it needed a boot.
Right.
Advisory on a gearbox oil leak and advisory on the tyres worn. Prior to that, there are no fails.
So it's just basically wear and tear.
Advisory on front brake pads worn low. Advisory to damage the sidewall of tyre. Back in 2015, sidewall damage. So that's someone.
So basically, you're just paying for the fact that it's a heavy bastard and goes through shoes like nobody's business.
There we go. So 2013, it had an advisory on brake linings. It had an advisory on a windscreen, a damage, a chip, just outside the zone. It failed. It failed an MOT in 2010 on parking brake efficiency below requirements. Right,
that's an adjustment, isn't it?
It's the usual. It's the consumables basically. It's the brake tyres, and all the brake. It's always with the brake pipes corroding.
So brake pipes is a common thing on these cars, aren't they?
Yeah,
and it's an expensive job.
They just give them a quick sand and chuck some paint on it, and that's fixed.
Right. Okay. Because
there's nothing there.
Because I'm thinking, if I get this for 6 and then put $2,000 in the bank for getting it tip top, I've still got myself a beautiful car.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it needs anything doing to it to make it tip top, does it?
Well, it's going to need preventative
needs your hairy
maintenance.
arse in the driver's seat. That's all it needs.
Well, yeah. Has the gearbox been serviced? Has the oil been changed? When was the last? You know, it needs service history.
Thing is, Tim, Range Rover don't service the gearboxes. They are sealed and they're sealed for life.
Yeah, but that's bullshit. They need to be changed.
Yeah, it is bullshit.
Yeah.
But it's an outside aftermarket.
It's a specialist. It's a specialist doodah. Yeah.
Because I think I've got an oil change due in. I've got about 1,000 miles to go.
Right.
So I'll probably be getting an oil change in the summer because I'm not doing obviously many miles in it.
Yeah.
I reckon I'll be getting it in the summer. Maybe next year I'll look at getting the gearbox flushed. Maybe.
Sure. Because I wouldn't want mine flushed. I want a new pan on mine with a new filter in it. Because with the flush, they don't take it apart. They just take off the nuts and they push it through. With a gearbox replacement,
I mean the full filter change.
Yeah, they drop the pan and they put a new pan on. Because the filter and the pan come as one part, and it's it's Brit part. It's go on Brit part and get one. 16 bolts around the edge. I watched a bloke do it today on YouTube. To be honest, if you've got a lift, it's so easy. You could do it yourself if you've got a lift. The only thing you need to be careful about is stubborn bolts that snap off, because then you're in shit. And then, if you go to a mechanic after you've been fucking about with it, chances are they'll say no. But if they break the bolt, then they can get it out for you, because that's their responsibility, right? And they've got all, they've got the torches, they've got the doodahs to knock it, they've got the air guns, they've got the lot.
Yeah.
You know what it's like. One bolt can ruin your whole day.
I mean, I'm just terrible, really. I mean, that Discovery 2 I had, it had a kind of a perpetual slight leak. I never changed the oil on it. I couldn't even tell you how many miles I put on it. I drove that for 6 years, and I never changed the oil. I did do things like I changed all the hoses. I changed those out at Reading. I had them in the car, and I was putting it off, and I had a bit of a leak going on, so I changed the expansion bottle. Changed all the hoses.
This is the water. This is from the hot water side, yeah.
Yeah. This is the coolant.
Yeah.
It took me 40 minutes to do it all, basically. But I never changed the oil. And the only things that went wrong with that really were what big went wrong with that? The alternator. It kept snapping belts, kept chucking belts. I reckon I spent about 160 quid on belts over 6 years.
Jesus.
Maybe even a little bit more.
Could have been the bearings out of line.
The pulleys. One of the pulleys just wasn't.
Yeah, the bearings are out of line.
But it would last. I don't know what caused it, but I always carried a couple of spare belts in the car just in case. And as it turns out, it only takes 5 minutes to change the belt.
Sure.
I need to do that on the TD5.
That's crazy.
I've only had a year to do it. I've had it in the car. I've got 2 of them. I've had it in the car for nearly a year, and I still haven't changed it.
Well, this has been an interesting, enlightening moment. There's definitely a different type of Vogue out there. If I can get a Vogue SE, that would be great. If not, a normal Vogue I'm happy with. What yours is a 2009, right?
No, it's an 07.
So the same age as this one?
Yeah.
So it's almost the same price as what you paid for yours, isn't it?
Well, I paid 5.5. All right. So, and the turbo cost me 1,500 quid.
Sure. How do you know that the turbo's on the way out? Is it just because there's no boost? It just drives like shit.
Well, what was happening was you'd accelerate and it would go and then go, "Whoa, motherfucker!"
Okay.
So that you could feel there was a definite something not right there for a few seconds, a second or two, and then the other turbo would sort of, I don't know how it worked, but away you'd go.
Right.
And it, yeah.
Because obviously they're deep down in the engine, and it's. Did they take your body off yours to do it?
No,
So
but they had to take off all the
Everything.
suspension on the left-hand side, everything off the left-hand side to get to
Ah,
it. So a real big
intensive job.
Yeah.
But they've done it 100 times before, so they know what they're doing, right?
Yeah, they are Range Rover specialists,
Right.
but an independent. And
And
they
they-
all we got
where-
there at 7:30.
Where are they
Driver.
based?
They all drive Range Rovers.
Oh, right.
Burgess Hill.
Burgess Hill. Amazing. Just up the road.
So literally it takes it took 15 minutes to get there from here.
Brilliant. I used to do deliveries in Burgess Hill.
Yeah, they're on the industrial estate.
Well, that's a no-brainer then, because if there's a local guy that is like absolute gem peach with Range Rovers, then it's like, it's a no-brainer. Because they'll be able to give you a full. Because I was looking at OBD what's-its today in the NT530 by Foxtail, something like that. I can't remember. But it's the NT530, and they cost 900 renminbi here, which is about 100 quid, a bit less than 100 quid. I don't know what they are in the UK.
They're quite a bit more than that, I believe. I'm sure about 200 quid. They're not cheap.
So that might be worth picking up before I come back.
I don't think, unless you're planning on working on your car yourself, I don't think there's any point.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Obviously, some garages. So I phoned up somewhere, and they were like, "Yeah, we charge 80 quid to." And I was like, "Yeah, well, don't worry about that. I won't be calling you back." So, for example, my dad takes his car to a place on the industrial estate, and I took it. He phoned him up and said, "Look, he works. He specialises on Audis, and there's another German. Don't know what it is. Anyway, that's what he does." And he said, "Right, I'll tell you what I'll do." He goes, "Bring it down." He goes, "I'll whack the diagnostics on for you. I'll tell you what the problem is, and we'll have a chat, see if it's something I can tackle."
Right.
And he didn't charge me. He put the diagnostics on it. He said, "Yeah, it's thrown up this code." I then searched on my phone exactly what that code means, because obviously the device tells you the code. It doesn't tell you everything what it.
Sure.
Yeah, and I said, right, okay. And then he said, "Look, I've never done a turbo on one of these. I'm not sure if it's something I can do." So I then found these bods down at Burgess Hill.
And they were like, "Piece of piss, bring it in, and we'll even clean it for you."
Her first words were, "Yeah, we did exactly the same problem, same year as yours 2 weeks ago."
Brilliant. Unbelievable.
So they know their stuff.
And you've got EGR valves on yours?
Yeah, I believe so.
So if they go wonky, will you just blank them?
Yes.
Right.
And having watched, I've on the forums I've read, and that fellow, I can't remember his name, the guy that bought the
Nut job.
That's it.
Yeah.
He didn't adjust anything in the management. He literally just took them off, blanked them off with a blanket kit. That's it.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
It's a fiddly. It is a fiddly job.
Fiddle.
You've got to take a lot of crap out the back.
But the whole engine's a fiddle, because it's all plastic covers and waterproof shields and what have you. But it's no different than.
Listen, mate. If I remember tomorrow, I'll take a picture of the engine bay. It is just what is any of this stuff in here? It's just.
Well, also as well, it's no
hoses.
Difference to an AMG engine.
And pipes and looms that just go everywhere. It's something out of Blake 7 or Star Wars.
That's what I'm saying. It's no different than an AMG engine. You know, it's a performance diesel engine. It's not it's not a toy, and it was built for a car that cost 70 to 80 grand. So it's not a little Pinto engine you put in a Hyundai or a Fiat whatever. You know, 4-cylinder. It's a V8 diesel with a twin turbo on. The only difference is the later ones have got sequential turbos on them. But people still rave about this level, you know, the 2007 to 2009 3.6 V8 is actually better regarding drivability, because you get that kind of douche back in the seat feeling when the boost comes on.
Let's be honest. I've spent the past 7 years driving around in a Series 2 Discovery. No, sorry, I've had that for 3 years, and I had the Series 1 for 6 years, 7 years nearly.
Yeah.
They ain't fast, and they are not. You know, you book up when you're pulling out. Don't pull out on anyone, because you're going to plonk them. Book up when you're pulling out. I mean, even the TD5 has got a sports mode. Once you've got it up and running, it's all right.
We've got to say a bit. We've got to say, babe. Sorry to interrupt, man. We've got to say bye bye to the legend that is Tim. He's heading off to bed now.
Goodbye,
I don't
Tim.
blame him, and he's congratulating us on the new channel. So I hope you can support it and spread it around, spread the love, and
get a price on that drive for the Pikeys, Gypsies next to Travellers.
Exactly, Gypsies, Travellers, Pikeys. Yeah. Well, like I said, let's there's plenty to think about. I was very surprised. Somebody's very happy today about winning that bid. He's like, oh my god, you know.
But if I'm honest with you, and I know it's the same, it's an identical car. I prefer this one.
So do I. For the colour and the looking, I do prefer this one. I just would have preferred slightly lower mileage and slightly modern gear, but at the same time,
the Annie's in the house again.
Yeah, £6,000 is a very reasonable price.
I reckon I don't know.
See, the thing is, Paul, if I pulled up in this, right? If I pulled up in the other one for 12, you would have looked at me and gone, fucking hell, £12,000. If I pull up in this in 6, you would have gone, wow, nice car.
Now,
do you see what I mean?
If we pulled up in mine and you had 5.5 cash in your pocket and you said to them, I'll give you 5.5 cash here and now, I think there's a good chance they'll take it, because they'll know that there's no point in trying to hide, or you're going to know what the score is.
Yeah. Well, let's look for. I mean, it'll be gone by the time I'm ready to buy it. But let's look for similar situations. Let's look for a car that looks nice, ticks all the boxes. Mileage is
The first one I really missed out on, that I was really gutted, was silver. Not that it wasn't as nice as that, but it was a nice silver.
Right.
And I was gutted. I really like the silver ones.
Well, like I said,
I like the green one. I like the fact I've got two cars that almost match, apart from the fact that all the lacquer's taken off of the Discovery. Apart from that minor detail.
Yeah, I mean, I do like both of those, but at the same time, I want to get a car with a decent price. I don't want to spend £12,000 on a car, because I can buy a brand new car for £12,000. It's not worth it. But a car like that, I could drive around quite happily in and have 6 months of trouble-free motoring, and just sell it at the end of the month. Sell it at the end of winter. Yeah. Those cars are good to sell at winter because of the capabilities, right? Well, who knows? Whatever. Right, I've got to go to bed because I'm knackered.
Yeah.
But that was very interesting, that little...
It was. I was surprised. I had a feeling it would be 7.5, but then I started doubting myself and thought maybe it will go for 8. But I'm surprised no one jumped on it. But hey.
Well, I think the guy the guy looked at all the bids and then just went, right, I'm going to try my luck at 7.3. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. You know? Because I think the way you look at it is there's plenty more fish in the sea, right? There's plenty more Vogues out there. There has to be. You see them on the M25 all the time. There was thousands of them on the M25 a few years ago. So all these Vogues, second-hand Vogues that the country guys used to use to commute into London, they're all coming on the market now. So, and again, that 160,000 high mileage one, that could be motorway miles. So it doesn't really matter, does it? But anyway, whatever. Well, what's your mileage? 147, wasn't it? 138.
138.
See, that's That is a lot less than 160. So that's why I reckon you said roll up with 5.5, you'll get it.
I reckon so.
But anyway, let's speak tomorrow. I've got some music to do tomorrow. I've got to get the rest of the t-shirt designs in tomorrow.
And the bikini lines, the bikini range.
Yeah, exactly.
Summer's coming. We're going to
I'm
need it.
modelling those. Right, I'm going to end it now. Speak to you later.
I'll catch you later.
Bye. Full fat in the house.
See you later.
Oh, God. See ya. I'm just...